6.
Well, David, without question, they know how to throw a party here in Calgary, emulating their heroes in the parking lot before Game 6 of the Western Conference Quarters. The first 5 games have panned out like this with Calgary in the lead. Vancouver's power play has gone suddenly silent while they rotate different netminders. Calgary has taken command with outstanding defense and timely goaltending and timely goal scoring from the NHL's goal-scoring champion. Joe Beninati, Kelly Chase, Dwayne Rollison. Kelly, this has been a crash and bang series. Calgary center Craig Conroy's right there in the middle of it. He'll be the first to tell you he wouldn't want it any other way.
Well, Craig Conroy's one of those guys that dares you to outwork him. He wants to come out and compete. You see the big shot from the kid. He comes out, competes every single day at practice and in the game. Gets hit in the mouth, comes back because he's a hockey player and he's tough, and 2 games later, bang, in the back of the net, Craig Conroy scores again. This kid brings energy every single day to the rink. That's why you love Craig Conroy.
The most important aspect of Calgary's defense has been the ability to shut down Vancouver's power play. Dwayne, Vancouver's got to find a way to reignite that.
They got to keep going. Don't worry about all the bad press that they've been getting. They just got to go out, keep getting people in front of it, and get sticks on pucks. That's gonna allow Mika Kiprusoff not be able to control those rebounds, and that's where they're scoring all their goals at first.
It has been a power outage for Vancouver after a blistering pace in the first 3 games, just 1 for 14 in the last 2. They've dropped 2 of 3 back home at GM Place. They're trying to get a win at the Saddle Dome, where they like to win. We're getting set for the opening faceoff. We'll bring it your way live at 10. But for now, back to you, David, in the studio.
All right, guys. Ray, I hate to bring up Todd Bertuzzi's name, but the Canucks have scored just 4 goals in the last 4 games, and really, Calgary's had the better of the physical play. How do they change that tonight?
Well, they're going to have to compete a lot harder, and their coach, Mark Crawford, knows they don't have Todd Bertuzzi. You can't say, gee, he'd make a difference. Whether he would or wouldn't, he's not in the lineup. Crawford talked about how his team really competed a lot harder physically in Game 5 than they did previously in the series. But the Calgary Flames are a physical team. They have a big defense. Robin Regeer, here you're going to see him run Trevor Linden into the boards. Later on, you see Sean Donovan with a body check. The Calgary Flames do not stop hitting from the opening whistle to the buzzer at the end of the game. Daryl Sutter built this team in his image. He wants them to skate, he wants them to be physical, and get pucks to the front of the net. If the Canucks are going to win this series, they're going to have to compete as hard as Calgary. They haven't done that in the first 5 games. That's why the Flames have the lead. That and the fact that Mika Kiprusoff has been sensational.
Kiprusoff has been absolutely wonderful. We'll see what happens tonight in Game 6. Calgary looking to win their first series since 1989. That year, of course, they won the Stanley Cup. Loads more to come right now on the NHL tonight. In a matter of moments, Trevor Linden and the gang getting ready, trying to square this series at 3. Action coming your way in a matter of moments right here on ESPN2.
Yeah, hi. I was wondering, can I get a wake-up call tomorrow morning, please? 8:30 a.m.? Yeah, the thing is, I was wondering, can I get that to go to my cell phone instead of my room? Oh, well, here's the thing. I'm not quite sure if I'm gonna be in my room tomorrow, so I just thought if you could call my cell phone, it would cover all bases. Please?
There's just no limit to the great things And brings together. And now that includes an unlimited array of unlimited calling plans from AT&T. And can take you wherever you want to go, right from your home phone. Come together with And from AT&T.
A-Rod and pinstripes, Steinbrenner's unbelievable.
Who'd you take, Shaq or Yao?
Shaq's the man, but Yao's really shown me something.
I don't like the DH, but it's hard to imagine baseball without it.
My head is with Tiger, but my heart is with Daly.
This is Mike and Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio. Trade Talk.
ESPN Radio. Get your radio on.
Give your home lasting beauty with ABTCO Lifetime Warranty Vinyl Siding from Menards. Double 4-inch siding features the look of classic narrow lap siding with an embossed wood grain texture. And your choice of 4 colors on sale now. Open the door to value with Peachtree Patio Doors. The Prado hinge door has all prime steel construction and energy-saving insulated glass. On sale $379. Menards is your spring savings place.
Save big money at Menards.
Fantastic! At the Bob Urban Auto Group, we make buying a car lots of fun. Get fantastic savings on all Toyotas, Hondas, Jeeps, Lincolns, Mercury, Subarus, Mitsubishis, Hyundais, Kias, Suzukis, and Saturns right now. Save up to 10 grand or get financing as low as 0 APR.
There's only one Bob Rohrman.
Feel fantastic at the Bob Urban Auto Group, Sagamore Parkway, Teal Road, Creasy Lane, and 231 South, Lafayette.
Hold you off one shift.
Here's a turnover. St. Louis drives a shot. He scores! Martin St. Louis!
That was last night. Only 5'9", but what Martin St. Louis lacks in stature, he more than makes up for in ability. The Tampa Bay Lightning off to the second round of the playoffs. A great story developing there. And it wasn't just St. Louis. The whole team seemed totally focused on getting through.
First of all, 5'9", that's when he's wearing his skates. I mean, Martin St. Louis is the smallest player in the National Hockey League, but he's got a huge heart. He started this series off, and he didn't have much luck against Rick DiPietro, but he is very tenacious. He's a great skater. As the series went on, St. Louis ends up with 4 goals. Frederick Modin, on the other hand, 8 points to lead all playoff scorers in that first round, and Nikolai Habibulin stopped 97% of his shots that he faced this year. Last year, when Tampa Bay got themselves through to the second round of the playoffs, it was Martin St. Louis that scored the game winner again. Here against Washington, he makes a play that goes behind the net. Look at the quickness and the perfect shot over Ole Kolzig's shoulder to give the Lightning their first series win. Coming into this year's playoff, John Tortorella, their coach, said, if we have a problem, it's going to be in goal because we don't know what kind of goaltending we're going to get from Nick Habibulin. Well, Habibulin's got the best save percentage, the best average of the first round, completely outplayed Rick DiPietro, who was in his first playoff. The Tampa Bay Lightning is a terrific team that is very underrated at this point, even though they were first in the conference.
And it's shaping up to be a great second round. Yeah. Both #1 seeds moving through as well. The San Jose Sharks, of course, the #2 seed going through in the West. One last thing to decide, though, on Survival Saturday, and we're going to have to send it out to Calgary, Vancouver, the #3 seed, Calgary, of course, the #6 seed, trying to end the year for the Canucks. Joe Beninati, Dwayne Rollison, Kelly Chase, they have the call. Enjoy it all. We'll see you at the intermissions right here on ESPN2.
It's been 15 years since the Flames last won a playoff series, let alone a Stanley Cup. With a win tonight, these Flames can serve notice to the rest of the league that this year, they're for real. For the Vancouver Canucks, 2004 started with the highest of expectations. But after losing Todd Bertuzzi 4 weeks ago and Dan Cloutier in Game 3, Mark Crawford's crew finds themselves on the brink of playoff elimination. It's Game 6, Canucks Flames. Now is the time. Corner the market on, throw lozenges, because the Calgary hockey fans have been screaming their lungs out since noon, and the volume will only go up once we get you inside Saddle Dome. For Game 6 of the Western Conference quarterfinals, the Vancouver Canucks have run out of lifelines. They need a victory, or else the Calgary Flames are going to be rekindling warm memories in round 2. A very pleasant good evening to you. I'm Joe Beninati. Over the next couple of hours, we are going to learn a lot about the Flames and Canucks. For the Flames, do they have the killer instinct? And can we still consider Vancouver a legitimate Stanley Cup candidate? I've got a new line mate working with me tonight, Kelly Chase. Kelly, these Flames know how to play the game hard. And when the game gets tight, they know how to play follow the leader.
Well, you're right about that, Joe. And their leader is Jarome Iginla. This kid can beat you so many ways. He can beat you up. He deflects goals. He'll run you. When he arrives in the corner, it's in ill humor. He deflects pucks, scores big goals, and wins hockey games as a leader for this team. And the best thing about Jarome Iginla is he'll run you over, score 50 goals like a speed bump. If you don't like the way this kid competes, you're not a hockey fan, or you're an Edmonton Oilers fan.
The thing is, Kelly, he may be getting a little dizzy watching the Vancouver Canucks goalie carousel at the other end of the rink. Dwayne Roloson, you did it last spring with Minnesota. Tell me, what is Alex Aul's mindset these days?
Alex Ault is carrying the weight of the Vancouver fans. He needs to go out and focus on the little things, and that's just stopping the puck. Don't worry about anything else except for it's one shot at a time. If he goes and does that tonight, he's going to give his team a chance to win Game 6 and go on to Game 7 and have some fun.
In the final moments before Game 6, this place is a madhouse, and we are ready for you. Without a series win since '89, the Flames have plenty of fuel to burn. If they're going to go much farther, Mika Kiprasov will be the one carrying the torch.
Recently, Castrol Syntec was tested against every leading brand of conventional 5W30 motor oil. It was a punishing comparison, under extreme heat and stress, beyond anything a car would ever face.
Bob, what are the readings on the other car?
In the end, under these grueling conditions, Castrol Syntec simply performed better. Castrol Syntec. Everything else is just motor oil.
Here's an idea. Reese's White Chocolate. Creamy white chocolate. Smooth Reese's peanut butter. Get lost in a Reese's White Chocolate.
If you have great credit, shouldn't it be easier for you to get a home equity line? At eLoan, it is. From application to instant decision to appraisal, we do it online. We even come to you for signing. Apply today at eLoan.com.
Action! Remember, when you hit the water, I need you to hydroplane out of control. Water! Remember, out of control. Cut! No, cut! Cut. Okay, fire the stunt driver.
The Michelin Hydro Edge with Michelin-engineered hydro chutes. It's our best performing tire in its class. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Get excited about chicken again with Wendy's new Ultimate Chicken Grill. A bigger, juicier whole chicken breast filet with a delicious new sweet and savory sauce and incredibly only 7 grams of fat. Wendy's Ultimate Chicken Grill, just one of our 3 new Chicken Temptation sandwiches. It's better here.
Now, when you stay at Ramada, you'll earn points towards the things you really want with the largest hotel rewards program ever. Trip Rewards. Think of it as a gazillion more reasons why Ramada is a very good place to be.
You'd love to draft an All-American, but you'll wait for a Super Bowl MVP. What does your team need? The NFL Draft 2004 begins Saturday, April 24th at noon on ESPN and continues all weekend on ESPN and ESPN2.
You know, Christy, it's magical being out here this time of year.
I know what you mean, Michelle.
But for once, I want the crowd to cheer when it hits nice.
Really?
Keep the kiss and cry. Give me a stick and a scowl.
A stick and a sow cow?
Forget the triplets. I want a triple OT winner.
Are you feeling all right?
Crazy crowd, sudden death. I want
gold.
No, the silver.
Oh, I get it.
What?
Just picturing you with a playoff beard.
Well, the puck is about to drop in Calgary. Flames and the Canucks. And Ray, if the Flames can pull this one off, it might go down as the biggest upset so far in the first round because all the favorites are holding their place. Look who's moved on, the Flyers, Avs, and Wings.
Well, Nashville should be proud, pushing the Red Wings to 6 games, but just not enough to hang with the Wings. Philadelphia quickly deposits New Jersey. Robert Esch was the story of that series, and David Abisher in his first playoff series outplays Marty Turco. Who would have thought Brodeur and Turco would have the worst save percentages of the first round? And the Canadians battle back to force Game 7 in Boston.
We have a Game 7, of course, in Boston. Of course, Jarome Iginla and the Flames, they hope there is no Game 7 in their series. They'll be dropping the puck in Calgary in just a matter of moments. Enjoy the game on ESPN2.
Emu's on the loose. Emu's on the loose.
Where?
Everywhere.
Where everywhere?
New York City.
The trade show.
Big problem. Yeah, any ideas?
Mama.
Mama?
Here, Mama.
Coast to coast walkie-talkies get it done. Nextel.
Hi, honey. How are you? Good. How are the kids? Oh, that's wonderful. No, I just think we're going to make an early night of it. Yeah, Daddy's so tired he's already asleep. Uh-huh. Okay, sweetheart. Okay, good night. Kisses.
What did I do to get over the recession? I changed my shampoo. Get new V for Men Thickening Shampoo with Virginium XY for up to 50% thicker looking hair for better scalp coverage. New V for Men by L'Oreal Paris.
Attention, all operators. Switch all machine settings to playoff hockey. This is not a drill, boys. This is the real thing.
The NHL playoffs delivered daily on ESPN and...
Here's what's playing this month on Insight's On Demand TV. You can start any movie anytime you want.
Hello, this is Ned Schneebly.
Even pause, rewind, and fast forward, all with your Insight digital remote. No VCR or DVD player required.
They make it to Mexico. The child is lost.
On Demand TV, only on Insight Digital Cable. What's your insight?
I always wanted a family. I waited for one, but it never seemed to work out. I would see other families and think how great it would be. But at least we had each other. And then my wife and I had the chance to be parents. Two brothers wanted to be adopted together. Every day they fill us with hope and love. All the things we thought we were supposed to give them. Call the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption. 800-ASK-DTFA. You'll change a child's life forever.
The Stanley Cup Playoffs on ESPN2. Brought to you by new Gillette Complete Skincare. It's time to face skincare like a man. Labatt Blue. Look up, see blue. Labatt Blue. And Southwest Airlines, the official airline of the National Hockey League. Southwest Airlines, a symbol of freedom.
In this Stanley Cup playoff quarterfinal, it's been the one series where the home teams had a little bit of stage fright. But it's a sea of red inside Pengrowth Saddledome for Game 6 of the Western Conference Quarters. Vancouver against Calgary. The Calgary netminder, Dwayne Roloson, is Mika Kiprusoff.
Mika Kiprusoff's had a great series so far. He needs to continue his play just by getting out and challenging guys and taking time and space away from the shooters. And Alex Aul tonight, starting his second game in the playoffs. He needs to relax, focus on that first shot, get comfortable there, and then play his game from there.
Referees tonight are Denny LaRue and Mick Magoo. The linesman Lonnie Cameron and Mark Wheeler. We're underway. Cook with a mad dash early. Conroy will play to the boards. Winger there is the veteran Jelena, who didn't get it clear. Olin steps in and rockets one right to the belly of Kiprusoff, and he'll squeeze.
Well, I'm sure that Mark Crawford has talked to the Vancouver Canucks and told them, listen, put everything at the net. Whatever you do, throw everything at the net. You can see his 10th season as an NHL coach. He's a wily veteran when it comes to being in these types of situations. Guys, get everything to the net. Play it a shift at a time. It's a cliche. Do it. You've got to get traffic in front. Look for loose pucks. You don't have to be sharp when it comes to throwing it in low and cycling. You don't have to be fancy. Just make sure everything goes to the front of the net.
10 years ago, Kelly, he was the youngest NHL Coach of the Year with the then Quebec Nordiques. Calgary at home in the home red. Leopold plays the flank. Marek Malik will capture, whistle it off the board. Brad May comes wing to wing for Ed Jovanovski. Jovanovski, who hears it from the faithful in Calgary each and every night. Ruutu with a slap shot that's deflected, and there was traffic in front and a penalty call coming.
That's what the Vancouver Canucks have been doing. They've been going to the net, trying to get some traffic in front of Kiprusoff. And that's what you got to do on Kiprusoff to get some traffic. But you can't bump into him, especially when you're in the paint like that. That's just something that the forward's got to look out for him, because he's very quick. He gets out there. You can't bump into him. If you do, you're in the box for 2 minutes.
Well, they talked about it earlier in the playoffs, about making sure the interference and the goaltender interference was going to be called. And Brad May's a physical guy. He wants to make a difference by driving the net, but you just got to be careful going into that paint.
Guys, we've been talking about Vancouver's power play needing to open up. Same too for Calgary as Conroy spins it back behind. Olin sends it around the ledge and right on by.
I'm sure one of the things that Vancouver was going to talk about as well is weathering the storm a little bit. I don't think they want to come out and start out, as we talked about earlier, and not be disciplined. And here they end up on a power play or a shorthanded situation early, so I'm sure Crawford's going to say, guys, I'm going to come out flying. Be sharp.
Daryl Sutter was cautioning his team, reminding them that in Game 1 and Game 3, where the crowd was going bonkers in Vancouver and here in Calgary, that they were a little bit unsettled. He wants them to maintain discipline. Ferentz and Commodore in back. Power play time persists for Calgary. Another 1 minute and 12 seconds. We're in the second minute of a scoreless first period. Joe Beninati, Kelly Chase, Dwayne Rolison, glad you've tuned in with us tonight. Sprinting back from the Flames offensively, this is Saprikin for Ferentz. Plays it out there wide. Cook with a wrister, and Alex Auld kneels to deny. Allen won't get it out. Saprikin lost it. The turnover there to the fleet-footed Roshinsky. Ryers one in there from center, eye high. Big rebound will send Linden back. Vancouver happy to play the four-corner game. Salo around the dasher and back onto the Calgary side. Denny Gauthier will wait. Chubarov staring at him on the forecheck. 25 seconds of power play time. This rolls weakly to Auld, and he'll take no chances.
Yeah, Calgary power play has not been that great against Vancouver this year. They need to step it up. They got to get pucks to the net. Just keep it simple. And we were talking about that a couple days ago with Rhett Warner. All they need to do, get shots on the net. Don't be fancy, and don't worry about the tic-toe play for the tap-in goals. Just get in front of the net, create some shots, create some traffic, and get the ugly goals.
Right off the draw, Nilsson and Neiman in along with Donovan out there now in red. John Donovan lassoed by Matthias Ohlund, who has been a rock in this series despite that -5 plus-minus ranking. It'll be Linden to scale in. Brad May will be let loose from the penalty bench in 4 seconds. Back come the Flames, carefully Gauthier. The rookie makes the stop there on the 90-footer, and then he'll hold.
Well, a little physical play in the front of the net. Nielsen goes to the front of the net, puts on the brakes, makes sure he's spraying a little snow, trying to get under the goaltender's skin a little bit.
That's what you used to do to me, Kelly, all the time, didn't you?
I was never in front of the net when I was
These two teams have been mixing it up, guys, and after a while, this is their 12th meeting. They're bound to be upset with one another.
Well, it's been a physical contest, and you don't know who's going to win this series, obviously, as of right now, but you wonder how many guys are going to be standing with the presence of physical play that there was in the first couple of games. And certainly these guys have shown there's no shortage of passion being displayed in this hockey game, and you can feel the energy in the rink. And as we talked about, I'm sure Crawford said we got to weather a little bit of the storm, and hopefully we can get them to take a penalty with their a little bit of youthful enthusiasm, as they got a very young team, and maybe over-aggression early in the game, but that's not the case. It was Calgary that went on the first power play.
Ice repair is easy. Just add water and stir. We're back to play. Oliva back behind the cage, muscling up there on Morrison. Oliva, Conroy, and Iginla for the Flames this trip. Matt Cook darting in. Cook holds, and at the line, Sopel was in ahead of the play. Offside. Dwayne, Daryl Sutter talks about the power game, and he talks about spirit.
Yeah, spirit, and he did that this morning. He takes his guys aside. Each coach handles things differently. Daryl Sutter likes to go and talk to players individually. He did that this morning. He pulled Jerome Iginla aside, Ola Saprikin, Kiprusoff. He pulled all of his guys aside and just, told them, relax, go out and play our game, we'll be fine.
This is the most highly skilled line for the Canucks. A near turnover there by Gauthier. Gauthier and Warner in back. Kelly, it's important for the Flames to not try to match Vancouver's skill. They want to do it with will tonight.
Well, exactly right. Be physical. Just make sure it's a pounding.
As we drift into the 4th minute of this scoreless first period. Stefan Yell back off the injured list has been a big boost to the Flames' chances. They lead the series 3-2. Auld sweeps it away from Horn. Kovacic behind the cage for Zelenov. To the front again. Yell was there. Occupied by Allen. The white-sweatered Canucks race back through center. Morrison in the top 3 in points scoring this season for them. He'll scale in. Crawford will change him up on the go. Zelenov for the Flames. Hoists it ahead. Malik keeping an eye on Donovan and picking up Jarkko Ruutu. A bit strong for Daniel Sedin. Mike Commodore will rewind. Daniel Sedin to twin brother Henrik. Henrik Sedin, who's got a couple of tallies in this series. He's tied with Marcus Naslund for the team lead. Commodore with time and space. Back at even in full strength now. 5-on-5. No score in this first period. Just past the 4-minute mark. Barrett's a smooth skater for Clark. Tripped up there by May, and May will trigger the dump in. Tempo, guys, does it favor one side at this point?
The energy in the building's in Calgary's favor.
May looking to stuff. Clark sweeps it away. Allen puts it back into the corner. Another penalty call coming, and this time it's going to be against the Flames.
Yeah, the Flames need to control their emotions, especially in this crowd. They didn't play well in Game 1 in Vancouver. They didn't do it well here in Game 3. They need to control their emotions in front of this crowd and not take guys out and knock them into your goalie. You know, here's a guy trying to get him from not going in front of the net, knocks him down, but he knocks him in front of the goalie. What if the guy shoots the puck on the boards there, it goes through, it's probably in the net.
Mike Commodore benched a couple minutes for cross-checking. The Calgary power play previously had just one shot when it failed, and this is Vancouver's first trip as you look at the numbers throughout this series.
Well, Joe, what the Calgary can't do is lose this energy, and if Vancouver can score some power play goals, that's what they're wanting to do. Take the energy out of this building. It's certainly, as we've said, in Calgary's favor, as you can hear the ruckus of the crowd.
Naslund will wind it up. One of the league's top power play goal producers over the last 3 years. Jovanovski turned back by Ville Nieminen. Jovanovski very patient. Naslund supporting. Marcus Naslund snaking his way, not going very far as the Flames have things bottled up. Jovanovski will dump in. Kiprusoff helping his own cause. Paddles for Leopold. Challenged there by Morrison. Roshinsky to the point for Sopel. Jovanovski around the horn. Naslund. Just under a minute to go on the power play. Naslund, no screen. Easy work for Kiprusoff.
I think one of the things that Vancouver needs to do, they need to get some speed in the neutral zone, and then they're going to enter the zone a little bit easier. And they need to get some traffic in front of Kiprusoff. He sees a shot all the way here, handles it with ease, puts it up into the mesh, and gets a whistle. Gets his guys a chance to get off the ice and get fresh guys out there. So now they can go here. If they're out there for 55 seconds, they kill a penalty up, they're ready to go now.
Hard shooting Jeff Sanderson is out there now. Plays it back to the point for Olin. Nice work to tiptoe that line and keep it in the offensive zone for just a moment. Now the Canucks have to retreat. Sanderson jets back. Sanderson fires that one off the shin pad of Gauthier. Golfed away by Chris Clark.
That's a real good play by Gauthier. Just get it out of the zone. That's all you're worried about. Get it out of the zone, get it out of harm's way, then go get a change and get some fresh troops out there.
Olin, who was tied for the Western Conference lead for goal-scoring defenseman with 14. Into the corner, Daniel Sedin. Henrik is there, occupied along the wall. Sanderson, he'll choose Sopel. Straight away for Olin. Sopel again on the back pedal. Getting late in the power play. Olin fires, deflected in front, and Kiprusoff has it beneath him.
That's what Vancouver needs to do. They're trying to get people around the creation, trying to get people in front of them. Here they got perfect. Kiprusoff can't see it from the southwest goalie cam. Great view. He can't see anything, and fortunately for him, it ends up underneath him, closes his legs, and takes the whistle. Now 5 seconds left, and it'll be even strength.
Mika Kiprusoff in this his first game in a potential series clincher.
When you talk about puck possession being so important, Kiprusoff knows, hey, win a draw right here, boys, and this one's over. We just had one hit me that I didn't see. They had good positioning in front of me. Let's clear this thing down and get back on our feet 5-on-5. Get the momentum back in our favor.
Gauthier will play around for Rhett Warner. Warner, the 9th-year pro, just looping it on to the Vancouver side. No score in this one. Nearly 7 minutes old are we, and back to even in full strength. Warner with Roshinsky right there in his hip pocket. On the wing for Kovacic and right on by. Throughout the first 5 games of the series, every inch of the ice has been contested. There is such little breathing room. For Alex Auld and the Vancouver Canucks, obviously bravery runs in the family. We'll explain in just a moment.
I got you something.
Oh, you shouldn't have. Oh, this is nice. And here's yours. I know it's not fancy, but it's what's inside that counts. And what's inside is Labatt Blue.
Wow.
Huh?
I love it.
Break out the blue. Labatt Blue.
Awesome gift.
Oh, yeah.
Introducing the all-new Toyota Tundra Double Cab. Not just big, life-sized.
Jim Caviezel stars as Bobby Jones, a man who pursued a goal, but he would have to choose between his dedication to the game and his devotion to the woman he loved. Bobby Jones, Stroke of Genius. Rated PG. Starts Friday, April 30th at theaters everywhere.
Today's engine works harder. It needs Castrol GTX, engineered for the best protection against viscosity and thermal breakdown of any leading oil. Castrol GTX, put it in.
Nothing doing on the scoreboard between Vancouver and Calgary inside the raucous Saddle Dome. We know it takes courage to be an NHL netminder, but how about Alex Auld's dad, who was a test helicopter pilot in the Canadian Armed Forces? Bravery runs in the family for sure. Alex Auld and his family have to be holding their collective breath with this one tonight as the Canucks try to stay alive in the Western Conference quarters. Artem Chubarov was decked, and this is going to be a charge against Calgary.
Uliwa runs at him here, but here's the thing with it. Why do guys now that play not know you're going to get hit? Protect yourself a little bit. Uliwa comes across the ice. You know he's going to finish this check. You can see that he's coming. You see him, you turn towards the boards. You got to get against the glass, tighten up, make sure that you don't end up in a situation where you're going to get hurt like that. You know he's a freight train. He's coming. You're in the tracks. Get tight against the boards. Protect yourself. There, he turns right towards the glass. It's a charging penalty, but you got to do a better job of protecting yourself, and you know that's coming in the playoffs.
Yeah, you know that's coming. All you do, just keep it on your feet. Just go to the boards, keep it on your feet. Then it's not going to go to their D-man, go to a winger. Just keep it there, take the whistle, take the hit. Then you can make the play after taking the hit.
As Paul McLean used to say, take the cream, make the play.
Chubarov made his wobbly way back to the bench. Oliva does pack a wallop at 240 pounds.
He's a big physical guy, and they want to continue to pound these Vancouver Canucks. Hey, listen, the poundings that took place in Game 1 are going to pay off, hopefully, in Game 6 and 7, if there should be one.
Mark Crawford was talking about trying to play the 4-line game tonight, Kelly. He didn't want to limit his forwards to just 8 or 9. He thought that would hamper him later in regulation.
Well, I like what he did with the 4th line as well, is put May and Keane back in the game and say, hey, guys, we're going to make sure we got some older guys in here. They've been down this path before, and if I'm going to go into a situation we're going to lose, I'm going to do it with my older players.
Kiprasov will cover up. No score in this one. Tomorrow, the Stanley Cup playoffs continue on ESPN2. The Toronto Maple Leafs up 3-2 in their series. They battle the Ottawa Senators. Game 6 of the Eastern Conference quarters. The Stanley Cup playoffs on ESPN2, followed by NHL tonight. For more information, log on to ESPN.com. In the East, things are starting to sort themselves out. Philadelphia dumps the defending champs, and fellas, Tampa Bay looks very impressive.
Well, Tampa Bay found another gear, and Martin St. Louis just continues where he left off at the end of the regular season. He's a leader, he's a feisty little guy, and he's doing what he should do as a leader on that team, and that's put points on the boards and help his team win, and boy, he's certainly stepped to the plate.
Vancouver, another 80 seconds on the power play. Daniel Sedin playing catch with Sopel. Olin winds and drives. Pad save by Kiprasov. Rebound to Chris Clark, and he'll scamper away. Clark lost the handle. No harm done. He'll be content to dump it in deep.
That's what Vancouver needs to do. Get sticks on pucks so Kiprasov can't control those rebounds. If they do that, they're going to get some success tonight on the power play.
Gauthier, who is rock solid here in Game 4, looks to play it out by Olin and does just that. Olivas penalty, another 45 seconds to serve. Henrik Sedin smoked along the boards. Greg Conroy got in there with Jerome McGinley. Even the big guns kill penalties here in Calgary. Jovanovski for Sanderson on the march. Trying to split the seam there was Jovanovski. Naslin corrals. Jovanovski below the goal line. Interchange for Sanderson. Brushed now for Salo. Almost halfway home in a scoreless first period. Inside the Saddle Dome. Morrison, a very clever playmaker. Salo has the booming shot. Didn't take it yet. Now the wrister is eaten up by Kiprasov.
Yeah, Mika Kiprasov is one of those goalies that he's had a great year, and he's coming in the playoffs with all the confidence in the world. In Game 1, they got in front of him and created traffic, made it hard for him. Here, they don't have any traffic here. They're just trying to get pucks on net, but they need to get guys in front. If they get guys in front of the net, he's going to have a hard time getting controlling the rebounds, and then that's when Vancouver's going to be able to capitalize on a power play.
A power play which exists for just another 5 seconds. Morrison relays for Jovanovski, one-timer, another glove save for Kiprasov. The 27-year-old Finn is getting into a nice rhythm with that glove.
Yeah, he's being nice and poised, nice and relaxed, and he's playing his game. He's at the top of the crease all the time, making every shot look easy. Kelly, when they're making it look easy, it's fun, isn't it, to watch?
Well, it may be fun as long as you're not playing against you guys. Of course, they made it look easy for me, or on me all the time. I never found a goaltender that didn't have a .989 save percentage when I was on the ice.
You always shot beach balls at us, that's why.
Yeah, right. I never understood that about that position anyway, so I'm not going to try and figure it out now.
Brzezinski shouldered there by Yell. Even in full strength now, back to 5-on-5. Long-range wrister, no worries. Ferentz to take the handoff. Andrew Ferentz is a very good skater. He's able to lead the zone quickly. Relieving some of the pressure. Lally pops one into the corner. Sokol's going to get there first. And this is icing against the Flames. Vancouver and Calgary. We welcome you to the Saddle Dome in Calgary, Alberta. This is Game 6 of the Western Conference quarterfinals. The Flames have a 3-2 series lead, looking for the clincher tonight. Along with Dwayne Rollison and Kelly Chase, I'm Joe Beninati. You're with us on ESPN2. For the Calgary Flames, it has been a long, long time since they have secured a win in a playoff series. You got to go back to a Stanley Cup triumph.
Big Al McInnes, the Conn Smythe winner that year.
Oh, he was great.
He was going to Disneyland.
Paul Reinhart.
That's right.
We were talking to Jim Kublinski earlier today. Another one of those guys.
Randy McDonald.
Just past the halfway mark of this first period and still looking for the first red light. Trevor Linden back for Salo. Salo cornered there by Niemanen. Henrik Sedin lassos Donovan. Lombardi, who's been good in this series, one of the top point-producing rookies in the Stanley Cup playoffs. How about Marek Vatos in Colorado?
This kid's been unbelievable. Another big play again today. I believe it was to Hayduk for the goal.
He had 3 assists in Colorado series clincher. Olin with a touch-up, and there's your icing call. No score, back to Calgary in a moment.
The NBA playoffs on ABC. Mavericks Kings Game 1, Sunday, 3 Eastern.
Okay, folks, let's get this party started. Call Seattle. Get McGregor on the phone.
Calling him now.
Morning.
Good morning. Sir.
This is Scott McGregor. I'll be out of the office all day. Please leave a message.
That's not like McGregor.
McGregor's not there?
Great.
Excuse me, there's a Mr. McGregor here to see you.
With Southwest Airlines last-minute fares, you'll never pay more than $2.99 one way. So why would you fly with anyone else?
You are now free to move about the country.
introducing the all-new Toyota Tundra Double Cab. Not just big, life-sized.
All right, it's between you guys. Best bartender gets the job.
After you. Oh, boy. Yeah.
The bat blue, please.
I've got this one. Canada's finest.
Thanks.
Break out the blue. Labatt Blue.
Is it hot in here, or is it just him?
Kiprasov, the picture of concentration, and Dwayne, the eyes of an eagle.
Yeah, he's played well this whole playoff series. Vancouver's got to get traffic like we talked about earlier. He's seen every shot so far this period. They got to get people in front of him and make it hard on him to make those saves.
Since game one, his save percentage is over 96. That'll do it. That'll do nicely. Jelena, Week, Rister, and Alex all will get his mitts on that and hold on.
That's a real smart play by Alex All. Just relax. He needs to feel the puck. He's only had a couple shots here, and it's really only his second game, second start in the playoffs. Just get into the game. Just relax, take it easy, and feel the puck.
Another former Manitoba Moose relieving the Moose in this series. Johan Hedberg has been benched. Whichever the netminder, Calgary fans love to heckle the Canuck keeper. Trevor Linden will play the flank. Sanderson on through. Artem Chubarov, who was rattled earlier in this contest, well enough to take this line shift with 8:50 to go in the first period. May, a rough and tumble player, into the corner. Regier taps it for Leopold. Nice looking breakout for Billy Niemanen. Continuing the thrust, it's Marcus Nilsson. Nilsson has been a good two-way forward in this series, especially on the defensive half. Donovan with Chubarov nearby. That pass is deflected on back into Kiprasov's territory. Regier. Next in line, it's Niemanen. Straight ahead comes Conroy. Badgered there by Salo and Sedin. Auld will tap and Olin will turn. Linden throwing it into space for Daniel Sedin, and he was in ahead of the play. Offside. Tomorrow, the NBA playoffs continue on ESPN and ABC. At 1 Eastern on ESPN, Michael Redd and the Milwaukee Bucks tip off their series with Ben Wallace and the Detroit Pistons in Game 1 of the series. Bucks Pistons is also available in high definition on ESPN HD. Call your cable operator, DirecTV, or the Dish Network today. Then at 3 Eastern on ABC, the Dallas Mavericks and the Sacramento Kings in Game 1. Matthias Olin. Little elevator for Daniel Sedin, and Ferentz will gobble that up. 25-year-old Edmonton native. This is not the Battle of Alberta when Vancouver meets Calgary, but it's close. Saprikin with a rip right to the chest of Auld, and he's got that secured.
Yeah, that Battle of Alberta, Joe, that you were talking about earlier, it's a fierce rivalry. It's just not one better, I don't think, in the game right now. It's another play by Auld, just relaxing, taking it easy, and not giving up any rebounds.
Guys, I'm not going to win any geography bees, but Edmonton is 3 hours north of here.
Okay.
Right?
That's correctly
yeah, no, you are right.
Yeah. And it's cold. Clark's backhander ricochets off of Olin and back to center. Warner on the dump in, and Auld will slow that down. Jovanovski. Bear hug there by Stefan Yell, and too much so, according to referee Mick Magoo. Another Vancouver power play is coming right now.
Well, Yell there goes to finish his check. Holds on a little bit. I don't know if he was worried a little bit about having him go over and getting penalized, or having him creep behind the net because he didn't get the puck, but he grabs him by the arm. Pretty evident. Pretty easy call for Mike Magoo. You reach out and grab someone like that. That puck easily could have been turned over for a scoring opportunity. And Mick Magoo makes the call, holding, and the Flames again are going to be in a short-handed situation, which Vancouver's talked about a lot. Hey, we want to get up and get in a lead. We want to take the energy out of the building, and we feel we're a team that plays better when we're in front because we continue to grind you down and force teams to step up on us and create outnumbered rushes as the game goes on.
Nilsson trying to funnel this one out. Jovanovski had other ideas at the point. Ed Jovanovski for Morrison. Now Rashinsky. Calgary pressuring on the perimeter on the penalty kill. It's one of their staples. Naslin, holding. Thought about the slapper. Good intercept by Warner there. Naslin in tight quarters. Tried to hook it around. Reszczynski bothered again by Warner. Naslin sharp angle. Stick save. Kiprasov. At a point position, this is Salo. 6:40 to go in the first period. No score on ESPN2. Game 6 of the Western Conference quarterfinal between Calgary and Vancouver. Salo keeps it high on the window. Oh, crushing hit. Gauthier flattens Reszczynski. At a point spot at Salo. Wrister on the way, knocked down. That was deadened by Nilsson, and he'll play it clear.
Wow, did Reszczynski get wallpaper behind the net? Woo!
Naslin in, and the teammates are offside. And the building erupts as Reszczynski makes his way woozy to the bench.
But Martin Reszczynski thinks he's just going to sidestep, and he's got more time than he has. He goes in behind the net. Gauthier just smokes him with the shoulder as he lets the puck go and thinks, okay, I've let that one ride. But that puck was still in the vicinity, and wow. Welcome to the playoffs in Calgary, Rosie.
Reszczynski working with his 8th different club, the Vancouver Canucks, and Gauthier is just a hit machine. He annually leads this team in body contacts. Sedin back behind the cage. Olin there too, along with Leopold. At a point spot, it's Sopel. Vancouver power play, 3rd try in this, the first period alone, and they continue to sputter. Sopel, Olin. Olin just chips it into the corner. Daniel Sedin watched carefully by Iginla. Henrik Sedin playing catch. Henrik again. Regier steps out. Daniel Sedin holding. Flames back to even strength. Wrist shot, pad save. Rebound, Regier turned it over. Sanderson didn't get it on Cave. And Craig Conroy will cool his heels there. The lead for Iginla. Smacked by Marek Malik. The NHL's plus-minus champion along with Martin St. Louis. Malik working it back with Sopel. Trevor Linden turned 34 the last time these two teams tangled in this building. Sopel just puts it into the corner. Ferentz is back. This will squeeze back onto the Vancouver side. Less than 5 to go in a quick-moving first period. Joe Beninati, Kelly Chase, Dwayne Rollison with you tonight for ESPN2's continuing coverage of the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. May fires, and that's gloved by Kiprasov. Vancouver and Calgary tied up at 0.
Introducing the all-new Toyota Tundra Double Cab. Not just big, life-sized.
Fantastic! At the Bob Urban Auto Group, we make buying a car lots of fun. Get fantastic savings on all Toyotas, Hondas, Jeeps, Lincolns, Mercury, Subarus, Mitsubishis, Hyundais, Kias, Suzukis, and Saturns right now. Save up to 10 grand or get financing as low as 0 APR.
There's only one Bob Rohrman.
Feel fantastic at the Bob Urban Auto Group, Sagamore Parkway, Teal Road, Creasy Lane, and 231 South, Lafayette.
Need up to $500 cash before your next paycheck? Bob needed $500 for his daughter's birthday present. Kathy needed money for car repairs. Introducing the Fast Cash Preferred Card. Get up to $500 in about an hour without going to a loan store. A payday advance helped pay for Brian's new braces. And a payday advance helped Vicky make a mortgage payment on time. Request your free Fast Cash Preferred Card today. No loan stores, no hassles.
No score here in Calgary. Dwayne, Kelly, the Canucks wouldn't mind making this a puck possession game.
That's right. But they want to attack the Calgary Flames, though, with speed. They want to keep possession. They want to stay back in their own zone, but they want to attack with speed. And that's what they need to do to open up the Calgary defense and catch them off guard and flat-footed.
Well, they just showed Trevor Linden there coming from behind, and it leaves, like you said, everybody in Calgary is flat-footed. So if you're not going to have your defense join the rush as the puck goes over the glass into Calgary's bench. What you have to do is make sure that at least one of the forwards are coming from behind. There has to be puck support all over the ice, so you don't need to make a 65-foot pass to make a difference. It can be an 8-foot pass, a 5-foot pass, but you got to be coming with speed, because what Calgary wants to do is stand up in that neutral zone and make sure they force you to the outside. That's why 5-on-5, Naslund hasn't been able to create anything. He's got to start coming from behind like Hull does, like a lot of the Detroit Red Wings do. Come from behind, gain speed, and when you got a chance to pick up the puck and take off, you're going to create chances with flat-footed Calgary Flames standing in the neutral zone.
Regroup after regroup. You took the words right out of my mouth. Reminds me of Detroit, which got rid of pesky Nashville in their series earlier today. About the top stars in this series, Naslund and Iginla are front and center.
Yeah, Jerome Iginla's played well here after Daryl Sutter challenged him publicly, but he's come out and he's showed what kind of a franchise and the team leader he is for the Calgary Flames. He's gone out and he's done the job. Marcus Naslund, he's done it, but he's done it on the power play. That's something that the Calgary Flames have been isolated, the whole team, keeping them in the neutral zone, clogging up the neutral zone like we were talking about earlier. They need to come back from their own end, take their time, and get some momentum going, and get the Calgary defense standing still. Or if they're not standing still, they're going to back up the gaps, and then it's going to be easier. They're going to get into the zone easier. Then they're going to be able to have time and space in the Calgary zone, eh, Kelly?
Well, that's exactly right. And you know, with a team like Calgary too, they want to play in your face. If you can back them up a little bit, regroup back in your own zone and gain that speed, you're going to find a little bit of trouble through the neutral zone. And this is a classic example of a team that can join the rush.
We get set to resume play in the first period. No score, Flames and Canucks. 4:21 to go. Conroy in quite a battle with Morrison. Craig Conroy, who was tremendously effective on the draw in Game 1, has seen his numbers plummet a bit in Games 2 through 5, as Alex Ahl makes another simple-looking stop. Simple for him.
Well, Conroy in college and in the minors was just a terrific goal scorer. And when he was traded over from Montreal, Serge Savard called Ron Caron and said, here's a guy you got to have. You're going to make a trade. Get this guy. He was more of a throw-in in St. Louis, and they got him, and what a terrific asset he was. And he's a guy that Daryl said, hey, listen, shoot the puck more. If you get a chance down the wing, shoot the puck. He did that. He's hit a couple of goalposts. He's got himself a goal. Conroy's got to not look to Iginla as much and just shoot it.
I asked Conroy earlier in the day if he was going to grow a playoff beard, and he said no. Playing with that face shield, that full aquarium, is just too darn hot. No beard for him.
I don't know if he could grow one.
I knew you were going to take that shot. That was too easy.
Baby face kid still.
Henrik Sedin hawked there by Nilsson. As we drift below 4 minutes to play in the first. Linden centering pass went right on by, and Donovan will race back. Donovan has terrific speed. So much so he had 3 penalty shots this year. Getting behind enemy defenses. Henrik Sedin keeping a close eye on Nilsson. Opening up there for Donovan. That was deflected over top and off the rink. Craig Conroy, it has been a very interesting series for him.
Well, he rings a couple of goalposts. Gets hit in the mouth there. Sucks it up because he's a hockey player. Right back out into the middle of it. Couple games later, back of the net. What a great kid. What a terrific kid to be around. Comes to the rink with a smile on his face. Endless worker. Great kid, good personality, good family.
Flames are filled with good personalities. Should they advance past Vancouver, I think a lot of the NHL public is going to come to love them.
Well, you're right, and this is a guy they don't have signed yet, remember, too. And there's a lot of people watching Craig Conroy, no matter what happens in that collective bargaining agreement, going to be a free agent that is going to be on a lot of lists in the National Hockey League if Calgary doesn't take care of him. And there's a winger playing out there with him that wouldn't mind him being signed, I can assure you of that.
Shots on goal favoring Vancouver. More than a 2-1 advantage in this first period. Canucks in the road whites. Sanderson looking to wriggle free. It's batted from harm by Andrew Ferentz.
And that winger is Jerome Iginla. He's benefited from Craig Conroy's passing ability. He's taken advantage of it. The last few years, he's been a top goal scorer in the league.
Saprikin, plenty of speed and building confidence, according to Craig Conroy. Conroy loves playing with him. He's out there now. Conroy is a pivot between Iginla and Saprikin. Morrison in the takeback. Finding Naslund, chipped ahead to Cook. Vancouver's defense loves to join the rush. That booming shot from Salo, headed away by Kiprusoff. 2:20 to go in the first period. Salo, a bit strong for Morrison. Warner will venture back under a lot of heat. Naslund whiffed on that centering pass, and we get the whistle. The stoppage in play. Southwest Airlines intermission reports coming up soon. We will turn things over to David Amber and Ray Ferraro. They'll be talking to you about the Montreal Canadiens forcing a Game 7. The Wings take care of the Predators, and the Stanley Cup champs are finished. Joy in Philly.
You've watched enough of New Jersey the way you play, Joy. Joy for everybody who loves to get that defensive style. Is a tough game to watch. Effective, but tough to watch.
Henrik Sedin, beautiful look. Jarkko Ruutu, he scores.
Vancouver on the forecheck. And Calgary guilty of giving the puck up. You turn pucks over. Kiprusoff there, square up to the shot, and there's a backdoor play made. Ruutu plays the body in deep. It's turned over. Sedin centers it. Ruutu comes around the side of the net, picks it up. Johnny on the spot, back of the net. And what a terrific play there in front of the Calgary goal, and Ruutu finishes it off. Sedin with the turnover. Vancouver's taking an early
1-0 advantage. Keane back behind the cage with Roshinski. Ruutu, the Finnish Olympian, his first ever Stanley Cup playoff tally. Jovanovski walks the line, sends it wide of Kiprusoff, and for a moment at least, the faithful inside Saddledome are quiet.
And that's what Vancouver wanted to do, and they did. They got some success from that, so hopefully they can keep it going.
Keane for Roshinski. Roshinski turned right back into trouble. Takeaway. Trevor Linden got hit up high, and a penalty call comes from referee Mick Magoo.
Yeah, Calgary, they're usually one of those tight team defense. You know, they don't worry about anything. They focus one-on-one. But here they get a little caught. They got three guys going to one guy. Now they got a player left open on the side of the net. Kiprusoff has no chance. He's got to go out and challenge on the first shot. He's there, but the pass goes across. This guy is standing right beside the post. He's got an empty net, and that's it.
Well, I don't think Daryl Sutter anywhere in his game plan designed to play where he'd have three of his defensive players below the goal line, and that's exactly what happened there, resulting in a goal as two Vancouver Canucks standing right out in front of Kiprusoff.
You might have been able to score that one, Kelly.
I'm capable of it. You're right. I'm taking a lot of heat from you tonight.
And it's early.
And it's early.
We've got a couple hours left. Olin plays the wing for Naslund. The Sedin twins are the helpers on the Ruutu marker. And Vancouver with its fourth power play of the period, which has less than a minute to go in it. Good takeaway.
I told you today, every day I went to bed, I prayed that I'd play in the NHL. I just forgot to be asking the good Lord to make me into a goal scorer.
Hey, you got your retirement package, so don't you, Kelly?
Cook, bumped there by Regeer. Robin Regeer with Jordan Leopold in back. Leopold with that blazing speed, able to separate himself from the attackers and clear down.
Yeah, Leopold, we talked a bit a few games ago. He's practice skating on his grandparents' pond up in northern Minnesota, and then went to the University of Minnesota.
Nice look. Sanderson splits the gap and rips it off the outside of the cage. Along the dasher, Canucks not going to be able to pin this one in. 7 seconds left. Vancouver has come to Calgary on a mission. The mission to stay alive. 20 minutes deep. They're looking all right. Daniel Sedin's wrist is deflected, and the siren goes. Vancouver has a 1-0 advantage. Jarkko Ruutu is all smiles on the business end of this layup. Stick around. The intermission report is next.
I got you something.
Oh, you shouldn't have. Oh, this is nice. And here's yours. I know it's not fancy, but it's what's inside that counts. And what's inside is Labatt Blue.
Wow.
Huh?
I love it.
Break out the blue. Labatt Blue.
Awesome gift. Oh, yeah. No, thanks. No.
Dockers Pro Style. Shirts and pants that do it all.
Have you seen those commercials for Prilosec OTC? They say it's for heartburn. But what they don't say is right on their package. Not intended for immediate relief of heartburn. May take 1 to 4 days for full effect. 1 to 4 days? For heartburn relief right when you need it. Take Zantac 75. Zantac works fast, so you get relief in minutes, not days.
Zantac 75 for people who hate to wait.
Now that's more like it.
Life's full of surprises. That's why no one is more focused on getting your car back to normal than your farmer's agent. Farmers Auto Insurance. Get you back where you belong.
Rock, yeah, we're gonna take the rock. Right, the rock.
Whew. The rock. Yeah, the rock. What do you say we go warm up on that rock over there?
Yeah, the rock.
It'll get you there. The rest is up to you. The largest, most powerful forerunner yet.
There's only one chocolate-covered nut with an old friend inside. Planters, put out the good stuff.
Welcome to the Southwest Airlines Intermission Report.
Hey everybody, David Amber and Ray Ferrara here with all your highlights. We're calling this Survival Saturday. 5 teams facing elimination, and 1 team's already forced to Game 7. Let's get you to the highlights. Game 1 of our double dip here on ESPN2, the Habs and the Bruins, and Yannick Perreault.
He's got an unbelievable slap shot, Yannick Perreault does. He loves to shoot the puck high. He blows this over Ray Croft's shoulder. And then Nylander, a great pass to Samsonov, who was by far the best Bruin on the ice, to make it 3-2. The Bruins pull the goaltender, and if this guy sits down, you're going to see Saku Koivu put it out front to Alexei Kovalev, and Kovalev had a terrific series after that gaffe in Game 4.
Yeah, Canadians win this one 5-2 with a couple of empty netters. They put 10 goals now on Andrew Raycroft and the Bruins. We've got a Game 7 right here on ESPN2 on Monday. What about the defending champs up against the Flyers? Game 5 from Philly, Ray.
Alexei Zhamnov, who had a +2 tonight, 4 shots on goal, takes a perfect feed from Tony Amonte to make it 1-0. After Niedermayer tied it, Danny Markov with a softie beats Brodeur, and then Sami Kapanen ices the series. 3-1 the final, and the Devils go out quick.
And your hero in this series, none other than Robert Ashe, outplaying Martin Brodeur. 3-1 Flyers win. They win this series 4-1. Ashe, 31 saves today, a .942 save percentage. Afterwards, Aaron Andrews caught up with the star goalie.
He looked absolutely comfortable out there. How did you feel between the pipes today?
I felt good. We played hard the whole game, and they got a good goal in the second period, but our team kept playing. It was really exciting today.
No one really knows who you're going to be playing in the next series. How nice will it be to get some rest?
Well, I'm excited. Right now, there's a lot of guys that could use it. It's going to be fun to have a couple days here to relax.
All right, 1-0 Canucks leading Calgary, hoping to win their first playoff series since 1989. They have some work to do, though. Right now, a shutout for the Canucks. Second period action on the way as well. More from the studio.
This Intermission Report brought to you by Southwest Airlines, the official airline of the National Hockey League. Southwest Airlines, a symbol of freedom.
Nobody does it like Southwest Airlines. We always have low fares, even at the last minute.
You are now free to move about the country.
Now, this here, that's the drain plug. It lets the oil drain out into the pan. Remember, she's got a lot of mileage on her, but one day, she'll be all yours.
help keep the family car in the family. Switch to Valvoline's Max Life at 75,000 miles. Its added ingredients help prevent wear on critical engine parts.
After our naps, we'll flush the radiator.
At 75,000, time to switch to Max Life.
Stop by Circuit City today and check out our huge selection of the latest TVs. From widescreens to plasmas, we have the TV you're looking for at a great low price. Right now, you'll get up to 10% off TVs $299 and up. Plus, pay no interest for 18 months on TVs $499 and up. Like this RCA 52-inch widescreen high-def TV, just $1299.99 before $75 instant savings. Get the TV you've always wanted today at Circuit City.
We're in Kansas for the Great Lenexa Barbecue Battle, and I don't see any gas grills.
No gas.
Why not?
You don't get the flavor with gas.
Charcoal's the way to go.
Charcoal's the way.
What kind of charcoal do you guys use?
Kingsford. Top of the line, in my opinion.
It's the only one to use. So it's true that Kingsford charcoal gives you a better flavor than gas.
Absolutely. You don't think twice about it.
Yeah, those charcoal flames or gas grill flames?
Charcoal.
Probably have to be charcoal.
Kingsford, because taste is everything. And for even more taste, Kingsford recommends new KC Masterpiece Barbecue Seasoning.
Car wash technology has finally caught up to automotive technology. The new Mr. Clean Auto Dry Car Wash. Never dry your car again.
Welcome back to the Southwest Intermission Report. I'm David Amber. We do have some breaking news into the ESPN2 studio. E.J. Raddick is reporting that the New Jersey Devils will hold a press conference tomorrow to talk about the health status of their head coach, Pat Burns. That's all we know right now. NHL Tonight follows this game. We'll have more on that following this game. Now, the Predators and Red Wings, they hit the ice today as well. Barry Trotz and the Preds trying to stay alive, but it was tough those first 2 minutes.
Now, the veteran Red Wings came out firing. Ray Whitney whiffs on the first one, spins around, scores his first of the playoffs. And then Robert Lang with just a terrific pass to Steve Yzerman. He, too, gets his first of the playoffs. Curtis Joseph, 15 saves and goal. He didn't face a shot until the Red Wings were already up 2-0.
Yeah, Cujo with the shutout. 60 playoff wins, 0 cups for Cujo. That's the most by any goalie, but the important story here, the Red Wings, they are through to the second round, unlike last year. What about the Stars and the Avs? Stars in a world of trouble, down 3-1, tied at 1, and a new Av gets in on the act.
Steve Konowalchuk on the power play, tries to throw it across the net. It banks in off Philippe Boucher. And then early in the third, this is the backbreaker. Peter Forsberg around Therian. Marty Turco lets it squeak through his legs for the 3-1 lead. And the one that put it out of reach, Marek Svatos. 3 assists today, 6 points in the series. Finds Milan Hajduk. Mike Modano's miserable season is over.
Yeah, Mike Modano and the gang, they are done in Big D. Svatos, a huge story in this one. So is Forsberg, Sakic, and the rest of the Stars for the Avalanche. Ray, we have a couple of high-profile teams in Detroit and Colorado moving into the second round.
Yeah, Detroit does it in a bit longer fashion than people thought, perhaps. 6 games from the Nashville Predators. The Predators really played the Red Wings hard. The Red Wings are now going to get a couple of days off. The Red Wings are one of the oldest teams in the National Hockey League, and they can use the time off. They'll also give Curtis Joseph a couple of days to relax after playing the last 2 games of the series. And Colorado, on the other hand, they get through the Dallas Stars. The Avalanche limped their way into the playoffs. Almost everybody picked Dallas to beat Colorado, and all of a sudden the Avalanche, who were terrible on home ice during the regular season, win 3 games at home. Now they'll get a chance to rest Alex Tanguay, who missed Game 5 today, and Paul Kariya, who has not played in this series. The Avs get a couple days off. Maybe they can get healthy as well.
We will wait and see. The rest will definitely do the Wings well because they're the oldest team right now in the NHL. All right, loads still to come right here on ESPN2. Jarkko Ruutu and the Canucks with a 1-0 lead on the Flames. Can they force a Game 7? Second period action coming your way.
IT.
Problem. Try rebooting. Already did. Meeting in minutes.
Run utilities.
Not good.
Alt FX.
It's getting worse. Something's happening.
Hit escape.
There is no escape.
Problem solved.
What?
Replaced.
How'd you do that?
Coast to coast walkie-talkies get it done. Nextel.
One good thing about living out here is you
you've got room for any kind of animal you want. Show 'em, boys. Well, no matter what animal you've got, we've got what you need to keep it in blue ribbon form. Out here, we take care of our friends, no matter how many legs they've got.
Okay, we're all set on Lakers. Now, we got North Carolina, Maryland tonight. Steve, you got an idea?
Yeah, I think it's about time we do something on Coach Williams trying to get that program back on top.
Which Williams, Roy or Gary?
Well, Gary, I mean, the 2-year grace period has to be over by now.
Yeah, but Gary's got a title and Roy doesn't have one.
All right, we're going to do it on Gary. 2 years past the title. We'll have a breakdown by Vital.
$1.50 is your change.
All right, what about
soda
Yankees
here?
Red
Get
Sox
your ice
here?
cold soda.
Frank Kona have any idea?
Here's what's playing this month on Insight's On Demand TV. You can start any movie anytime you want.
Hello, this is Ned Schneebly.
Even pause, rewind, and fast forward, all with your Insight digital remote. No VCR or DVD player required.
Now that's funny.
Remember me? On Demand TV, only on Insight Digital Cable. What's your insight?
I can always tuck them in at night.
I can stop waiting. I can keep winning.
I can. Can you? You can with Insight Broadband high-speed internet. It's faster than dial-up and DSL, and only Insight lets you say,
I can.
I can.
I can. Can you? Call today to get Insight Broadband high-speed internet. What's your insight?
Welcome back to the Southwest Airlines Intermission Report.
Well, tomorrow, the playoff pucks keep on rolling. Marion Hossa and the gang trying to keep their season alive. Will the Leafs eliminate the Senators for the 4th time in the last 5 years? Find out tomorrow night. The puck drops, 7 o'clock Eastern time, right here on ESPN2.
This intermission report brought to you by Southwest Airlines, the official airline of the National Hockey League. Southwest Airlines, a symbol of freedom.
We want to make sure that you're right for our daughter. Are you safe? Reliable?
Carfax has the history of the car you're looking at. Get a Carfax report from your dealer or go to Carfax.com and get the truth about used cars.
When Yamaha set out to build the world's ultimate off-road vehicle, it had to have the greatest ground clearance.
Jack!
Independent front and rear suspension.
Jack!
Toughness.
He's tough.
And of course, seating for two. The all-new Rhino 660 four-wheel drive from Yamaha. It's a whole new breed of off-road vehicle.
Shrimp has never tasted so big. Introducing TGI Fridays' new shrimp flavors. 3 all-new dishes overflowing with flavor. Like orange peel shrimp with a sweet and tangy glaze. Sizzling shrimp in a zesty pepper and tomato sauce. And spicy Cajun shrimp and chicken pasta. Get a taste of the new shrimp flavors, now at TGI Fridays.
Now, I don't want to scare anyone, but with thinning hair, you could end up looking like this. It's not a good thing.
Get new V for Men thickening shampoo for up to 50% thicker looking hair for better scalp coverage. New V for Men by L'Oreal Paris.
We are the champions, my friends. We'll keep on fighting till the end. We are the champions.
Ah, the feeling of asking your doctor about Viagra. Want to try Viagra for the first time? Find out if a free sample is right for you. Or go to Viagra.com for more information.
Rain-X Car Wax not only shines your car, it protects it from Mother Nature. In fact, there's nothing Mother Nature can do to harm it. Well, almost nothing. Rain-X's transparent polymer repels rain, dirt, and absorbs UV rays.
Rain-X Car Wax. Protection you can see.
On DVD, to get revenge, Uma Thurman will have to go through them. Kill Bill Volume 1, the fourth film by Quentin Tarantino. Only today on DVD. Then see how it all ends. Kill Bill Volume 2 in theaters.
Some people say a woman's place is in the home. Yeah! We couldn't agree more.
Building a house is really hard. Very stressful.
Extreme Makeover Home Edition, 8/7 Central, all new, ABC Sunday.
It's just kids and makeup. Oh.
The Stanley Cup Playoffs on ESPN. Brought to you by Saturn. People first. Castrol GTX provides maximum protection against viscosity and thermal breakdown. And Coors Light. Unleash the Rocky Mountain cold taste of Coors Light.
It's Game 6 of the Western Conference quarterfinals between Calgary and Vancouver after one period of play. Vancouver's got the 1-0 lead. Joe Beninati, Kelly Chase, Dwayne Rolison. Kelly, where does Marcus Naslund have to go to get goals?
Well, what he's got to do first of all is he's got to come later into play and pick up speed. He's a dynamic player, great skater. This guy's got to come from behind, whether he's getting a pass late coming through the neutral zone or whether he's just creating something by carrying the puck. He's got to come late. Then go where the puck's going to be. Don't go where it's gone to.
Dwayne, ditto for Jerome McGinley.
Exactly. He's got to generate some speed. The whole team has to generate some speed. They haven't been able to do that. They only got 5 shots that period. Most of them are outside the blue line. They got to start utilizing their team speed and get inside Vancouver's blue line and make some plays.
As we begin the second period, Vancouver continues on a power play. It's their 4th of the hockey game. They're in a 1-for-18 skid right now in the series. Salo pulls the trigger. It was weakened by Warner, and it gets stuck in his equipment long enough for the whistle. Back to the first period. The scoring review. A nice one for Ruutu.
Yeah, Jarkko Ruutu starts the play that he scores on. He goes in, takes a body, makes a perfect play. Now goes to the goal scorer, does it like a goal scorer does, goes to the front net and gets a tap in.
Naslund working the wall, trying to find some space, and then goes short side on Kiprusoff and missed by a whisker. Salo will walk the line. 5 ticks remaining in the power play. Morrison, shaded by Gauthier. He'll choose Salo. Little bump set Jovanovski. Round the horn, Naslund ripped it wide. Salo steers it into the corner. The hitting intensifying with Rashinsky there. Warner got decked. Back comes Clark 2-on-2. Conroy's the trailer. Rister shrugged away by Alex Auld, and he'll squeeze.
Well, there's been lots of battles going on all over the ice. But certainly in front of the net on the PK as Warner and Rashinsky are going at it. Rashinsky gives him the shot up high, and Warner just keeps battling in front of the net. The one-timer coming from the point, wide of the net, but Kiprusoff squared up to the puck again, Rolly.
That's where we talk about his quick feet. He's over there and ready to go before the shot even comes, and that makes his save easier. The pucks hit him that way when he's there, getting in position before the shot even comes.
Too bad there for Craig Conroy. He won the draw, went to the net, and had his stick broken. Chubarov, sharp angle. Wonderful stick handling, and a better stick save by Kiprusoff. Saprikin wheeling back to the Flames. Right on target for Iginla. He didn't field that pass cleanly. Keane back behind the cage, even in full strength we go. Saprikin to Iginla. 41 goals during the regular season. 2 more here in the playoffs. Back behind the cage, or 3 more for Iginla in this series. Keane working over Saprikin. It dribbles loose from Matthias Oland, and he'll wander back. Sopel on for May. May shouldered by Leopold. Regier will clamp onto it for the Flames, who are in the home red, trying to win this series in 6. Not wishing to go to GM Place for a Game 7 Monday. Sanderson is onside and streaking in there with Cook. Sanderson, Linden, and off the target as Leopold was in good position. Billy Niemanen, Finnish-born winger who came over late in the regular season from Chicago. He's out there now with Donovan. Niemanen charging back, and Malik stepped up. Sanderson, the quick up, looking for Cook. Knocked away by Leopold, and Nilsson will channel it on down. Jovanovski ahead. Cook in transition. Here's a 2-on-1. Cook fires! Skate save. Kiprusoff was a dandy. Matthew Lombardi for the Flames. Nudged it on back for Ferentz. Andrew Ferentz pretty interesting do underneath that helmet. Tri-colors, boys. He's got some blonde in there, some copper, and some brunette. He gave his stylist a little bit of artistic freedom.
There's a few guys in Calgary's lineup right now that have apparently caught that bug.
Here's a guy with an interesting salad. Mike Commodore hasn't cut it all year.
Sideshow Bob.
Henrik Sedin for Daniel. Right there to a kneeling Kiprasov again. And Lombardi looks to clear, but won't do it. Daniel Sedin moving in. Flames fans want a penalty call, none coming from the referees Magoo and LaRue. Allen pushing it back for Salo. Allen into the lineup. In game 4, Marc Bergevin, the veteran defender, was shown the bench, or at least a seat in the stands. Oliva was hammered there by Ruutu. Conroy coughed it up. Sopel for Naslin, ever dangerous. That was off of Commodore. Conroy cleaned out by Cook. Rocked back behind the cage. Jelena, Kobasu up front for the Flames. Darryl Sutter wants to get the line change going. As we approach the 4-minute mark of the second period, 1-0 for Vancouver. Jarkko Ruutu back in the first. Warner is there. The touch-up for icing.
Well, Iginla's been bad. There's been lots of small battles all over the place. We talk about Vancouver's defense. Olin's been on him. There he's got a hold of the jersey. Now, you talk about having big, strong guys you want to have on your defense playing against you. Cook comes down, big save by Kiprasov. And this Vancouver lineup has got tremendously large defensemen. It's almost like they decided we're going to have these guys looking over a 10-foot brick wall, and then we're not going to have them run through it. We're just going to have them carry it to Vancouver. That's their strength. They're strong, they're big, they're tall, and they get in your road, hold you back, poke check you, close gaps. They're effective because of their size.
Kelly, from the outset of the series, the Canucks have been happy to have Matthias Ohlund go after Jerome Iginla. This is an offside here against Vancouver. Matthias Ohlund, all-star caliber rear guard, has been seeing a lot of that red number 12.
And how about what was beautiful about what Iginla said? You see these guys match up so evenly in their shifts, but the first game they have a fight. They get into a fight early in the series. And what does Iginla say about it? He says, you know what, I look forward to playing against this guy and competing against him. Don't make too much of this. That's the way I play, and I'm going to look forward to competing against him because it's been fun so far. You got to love Jerome Iginla.
Jerome Iginla, the first black male athlete to win an Olympic winter gold medal. He won that with Team Canada in 2002 in Salt Lake City. A penalty call from referee Mick Magoo, and it's not a popular call.
Well, Rolly, I'm not sure, first of all, why they let you guys come out of the net and interfere at all. But when you do, you got to be able to, if the goaltender's going to come out at all, here, he's got position. You can't, in space, once you play the puck, I guess he's already played the puck, and that's why Mick made the call. You can't bump into him there. You got to go around him.
Yeah, they changed that rule for us. We can't interfere with guys all there. He's still moving. If he stops and sets a pick like in basketball, then it's an automatic call. But he's trying to get back into his net. You know, I give Yell a little credit there. He tried to draw a penalty on Auld, and it backfired.
Stefan Yell, for the second time this evening, one of Calgary's best penalty killers. In fact, when he returned to the lineup, away went Vancouver's prolific power play production. Yell is in the penalty bench again as the white-sweatered Canucks move through. It's Naslin, met there by Leopold. Naslin will switch it up for Morrison. Morrison leaves it back behind the cage. Naslin. Morrison around the horn for Jovanovski. Nilsson is there at the top of the umbrella defensively. Naslin, the captain, parked behind the cage, looking for some help. Beautiful pass, Rashinsky, and a bang-bang save by Kiprasov. He'll cover right along that goal line.
Well, it's the second save Kiprasov has made tonight that he thought was behind him and had to look behind him, Rolly. Yeah, empty guy in front of the net makes the save, and he doesn't know where it is.
Yeah, Mika Kiprasov's he's positionally sound, and that's why he's making these saves. They look hard from home, but he's in the right position at the right time. Shot comes, he doesn't know where it is, but still he's there. He makes a save, and just tries to keep everything and tries to get that whistle.
Well, that's the first bit of offense as well that Marcus Naslin has generated.
Get a great look from our Southwest goal cam at that as the Vancouver power play continues for another 70 seconds. Henrik Sedin sneaking out of the corner. Twin brother Daniel points it for Sopel. Daniel Sedin waits, curl and drag, he scores! A wonderful shot by Daniel Sedin.
Wow, talk about going top 6 on a guy there. Sedin comes off the wall. Calgary backs off. The more they back off, the more room this kid figures he's going to walk towards the net. And goalie Sedin there says, look it, I know everybody's going to go down to block shots. I'm going to try and go over top of the goaltender.
And that's exactly what he did. And that's what Vancouver's done tonight. Here's a look from the goal cam. That's a perfect shot. He can't place that shot anywhere else. Kiprusoff's a little deep there. If he's out just a half a foot, that puck hits him in the shoulder, and that puck doesn't go in. So he needs to challenge a little bit on that play. But he's been technically and positionally sound all night. So it's one of those things I think he might look back on and say that should not have went in.
Daniel Sedin showing off his marvelous skills. Sedin had a 4-goal game against Detroit earlier in the year, set a single-season best point total for himself in this his 4th year as a pro. Daniel and Henrik Sedin, nice move by GM Brian Burke-Kelly to make a draft day trade to get them 2nd and 3rd back in '99.
Well, you're absolutely right. They seem to have grown into leaders and starting to take it upon themselves a little bit to be effective out there. Not just in the regular season, but in the playoffs. They started to do a little bit more of that last year as they came back from the 3-1 deficit and upset St. Louis.
Sanderson moving in swiftly, turns a corner, backhands one to the front. Little strong for May. The Sedins, with the expectations so high, they come under fire an awful lot. When Vancouver doesn't have the big line going, the Sedins have to step up. If they don't, a lot of people question that.
Well, it's the Canadian way.
Beautiful pass for May. He scores! Vancouver is opening it up. A 3-0 lead.
May left all alone in front of the net. Kiprusoff on the doorstep there, unable to get his blocker on the play as May capitalizes. Having those veterans in the lineup seems to be paying off.
Brad May not known for his patience, but this play here, he looks like Wayne Gretzky. Time, up and over, no mistake. Brad May, that's a nice goal. That's proven that some of these guys that are known for their goal scoring still have that act to put it in. Calgary has to, by the looks of it, Calgary's taking a timeout here. Daryl Sutter's trying to refocus his troops and get them ready. They're being outshot 21-6. They got to start generating. They got to start skating here.
Earlier in the day, Mark Crawford, Daryl Sutter's opposite number on the Vancouver bench, was saying he liked the way his Canucks responded last year in a potential elimination situation against the Blues. He wasn't so kind about what he said when he matched up with you guys in Minnesota, but he's got to be pleased with what's happening here tonight.
I'm sure he's pleased, and I'm sure he's just telling his troops over there, hey, we don't change a thing. We go out and we play the same game plan. If we change anything and if we sit back, then that's going to give Calgary life, and they're going to generate some momentum. They can't change anything and just keep on going.
Brad May, 70 seconds after Daniel Sedin. The tallies for Vancouver. Suddenly a 3-0 lead. It has taken some of the starch out of the crowd here in Calgary, which was ready for a sea of red type celebration. Plenty of time to go, though. We are not yet halfway through regulation. Gauthier spins it on down. Allen in the foot race along with Sopel. Jelena is there, and it's touched up for the whistle. Back behind the play. More penalty calls. It is Vancouver in front by 3 on enemy ice, and turning up the power here in the second with May and Sedin.
Okay.
It's beautiful.
Life can change rather quickly. Only Saturn lets you exchange any new car for another within 30 days. Saturn. People first.
It generates more power than ever before.
It generates more heat than ever before. That's why today's harder working engine needs Castrol GTX, engineered for the best protection against viscosity and thermal breakdown of any leading oil. Castrol GTX, put it in.
Take me out to the party. Take me out to the bar. Pick up the next round of cold Coors Light. I hope that I got her phone number right. It's those blondes, brunettes, and those redheads with rings in their bellies and ears. For it's 1, 2, 3 nights a week, my bros and beers.
Unleash the Rocky Mountain cold taste of Coors Light.
Matt Cook locked up in the cooler, a couple minutes for elbowing. So Vancouver with a 3-0 advantage has some time to kill. A man down. Conroy, Ginla, Saprikin out there across the top for the Flames. It'll be Regier and Leopold in battle. This is a Calgary squad that has not matched up with Vancouver in the playoffs in some 10 years. When they last did it in '94, the series went 7. It was a memorable finish. We could be going for a Game 7 in this one this time around. Leopold and the Flames, though, with other ideas, working on their second manpower advantage, as you just saw. Leopold slithers through center and hammers in. Conroy in hot pursuit. Olin will switch it, and Jovanovski has plenty of room.
Great play by Jovanovski there, recognizing that both boards are taken away. The walls are taken away. I got to go up the middle of the ice with it. Wide open, and he gets the puck down.
Ferentz motoring in. Plays it to the corner. Allen is there first. Yell right after him like a guided missile. Ginla for Yell. Couple of cups in Colorado. Ferentz through a screen, knocked down. Jovanovski able to loop it on back. 50 seconds left in the shorthanded situation for Vancouver. 11.5 to go in period 2. Along with Dwayne Rollison and Kelly Chase, I'm Joe Bernardotti. Glad you tuned in on ESPN2. This Saturday night, Vancouver has come to Cowtown and been impressive. Commodore trekking back with Keane right there.
They've given up absolutely nothing. Never mind 5-on-5, but even on their penalty kill, been solid.
Another bad pass, another takeaway for Marek Malik.
Well, Calgary's not taking their time and relaxing and trying to get the puck in deep. They need to relax, take a deep breath. Now get pucks in deep, but get 2 guys on when they rim it in. 2 guys on and get an on-man situation so they can get something. Get the puck back and then settle down and set it up and then get some shots on net.
Well, there has to be, you're right, an outnumbered situation all over the ice. If they've got 2, you got to have 3, 4, whatever it takes, but make sure there's outnumbered situations. Right now, they're not winning little battles, even one-on-one.
Brett Warner looking to play it out. Jovanovski fires through the screen as Vancouver is back to full strength. Matt Cook was let loose. Morrison will paddle it on for Olin. Gauthier and Warner, the rear guard for Calgary. Naslund and the Canucks in a passive forecheck situation with Nilsson on the headman to Oliva. Alex Auld, who picked up a victory for Vancouver during the regular season. Auld into service in Game 5 of the series. Remember, Cloutier got hurt. Hedberg was relatively ineffective. Auld has taken over and has a win under his belt in this building this year in early January. Henrik Sedin off for fellow Swede Mattias Olin. On the break, it's Sanderson with wonderful speed. Fires and scores! Jeff Sanderson.
What speed by Sanderson down the wall. Little battle won in the gray area just outside or inside Vancouver's blue line. They just chipped the puck out. Now it's a foot race. And when Jeff Sanderson's off to the races, he's as quick as anybody in the league. Puck just out into the neutral zone. There goes Sanderson. Low glove side, Kiprusoff beat. And what a terrific goal by Jeff Sanderson. He's been silent in these playoffs.
The reason why that shot's so hard to save, Jeff Sanderson, with the speed that we talked about, but he shoots it on the fly. He shoots it within stride. He doesn't stop like most guys do to get it off. He's flying, he's skating, and shoots it right away.
4-0 for Vancouver. Sanderson, the last to join the party, and the Canucks are loving life.
ESPN the magazine on newsstands now.
Take me out to the party. Take me out to the bar. Pick up the next round of cold Coors Light. I hope that I got her phone number right. It's those blondes, brunettes, and those redheads with rings in their bellies and ears. For it's 1, 2, 3 nights a week, my bros and beers.
Unleash the Rocky Mountain cold taste of Coors Light.
Come on, let's go. Let's not talk about tomorrow. Today, you know who I am, and I love what you wear. Those guilty garments kill my sorrow.
When you put people first, you make sure help is never far away. Saturn is now available with OnStar. Saturn. People first.
Baby Ruth, the real deal, has crunchy, whole roasted peanuts. The real deal has chewy nougat. The real deal has rich, creamy caramel. Because whether you're the man in the middle, the guy between the pipes, or a great tasting candy bar, being the real deal is about what's on the inside. Baby Ruth from Nestle, the real deal.
It's a Vancouver Canuck team that set a club record for fewest goals allowed this season. They have allowed Calgary absolutely nothing in this one. Game 6 on enemy ice for them inside the Pengrowth Saddledome. In Calgary tonight, it is all Vancouver 4-0. Conroy plays the point for Regier. Long wrister deflected down, they score!
Well, that's certainly going to be questioned, and I'd be surprised if they don't take a look upstairs and see whether that was high stick as the shot comes from the point. Conroy gets it back to the point. Regier gets his shot off. Sabrikin redirects the puck. The question is going to be how high was that stick when he touched it as it goes down between the legs of Auld. Now Rob Schick, pardon me.
Referees tonight are Magoo and LaRue.
LaRue points early. That's not LaRue down there, that's Schick down there. I think they switched up the referees just prior to the hockey game. And Rob Schick points goal right away. So now they're going to check upstairs and make sure. I did see Denny LaRue downstairs as we did in the pregame, but
on that situation there as a goalie, you need to stay square and keep your legs closed. You can stand up, but you can't keep your legs open. You got to stay there and stay square to it.
Video goal judge inside Saddledome is Doug Young. Darryl Sutter is awaiting the decision from on high. 10:31 the time of the tally. The rule states Saprikin must deflect that below the height of the crossbar for it to be a legal goal.
Correct. And they'll look at it 4 or 5 angles and make sure that the trucks in Toronto that are watching at their headquarters will take 5 or 6 looks at it, and they'll try and figure out just how high that stick was. But you see Saprikin there. Now it doesn't actually show where he caught it or if it was a Ginless stick out higher.
And Saprikin, what looked like the last guy to touch it was Saprikin, and he was making a downward motion. But does he first contact above the crossbar? That is very, very close.
To me, as a goalie perspective, I think it is over the crossbar. That's, but I'm
right there.
That's where he hits it.
Oh, way down there by the.
No, that's
waist
up
high.
That's up there.
You goalies all stick together.
That's right. It's that goalie union that we pay our dues for there, Kelly.
Another sellout crowd in Calgary. Better than 18,000. Came here to enjoy a potential series clincher. Instead, they've seen their favorite team get run over by Vancouver. It's 4-0 until they officially put it up on the board.
Well, if this is a goal, there will be some excitement in here, and there's a half a hockey game to play.
Darryl said, or Mark Crawford's just sitting there waiting, just telling the guys, just relax. It doesn't matter if they score, if the goal counts. We just keep sticking with our game plan. That's the only way that we're going to win this game.
Keep it simple. We're in the driver's seat. Yep. Make easy plays. Don't go in the middle of the ice. Don't make 45, 50-foot passes when you can make a 5 or 6 foot pass. Dump it in. The gray areas inside and just inside and outside the blue lines. Get the puck in deep when you have to. Get it outside the blue line in your own end. He's telling them, you know, he'll be the kind of guy that'll be saying, guys, let's keep it simple and stick with all those things we talked about today when we wrote the lineup up on the scoreboard.
That is Rob Schick there, along with Mick Magoo wearing the orange armbands.
Yeah, they don't want to give Calgary any momentum at all. Just stay with it, like you said. Be smart around the gray areas.
Here's a look.
Here's another look here.
Oh, that's below the crossbar. I'm afraid, Rolly, you're going to get beat on this one.
It's pretty close, Kelly.
The Calgary Flames, who've beaten Vancouver here at home just once in the last 11 tries. They need a spark. They need something to lift their attack. One deflected goal past Alex Auld in the Vancouver cage might do just that. But they are taking a long time to review it. We'll slow it down and share another viewpoint.
Look, it's a freak, and he jumps in the air by the looks of it to get his stick on that. Yeah, so
if
maybe it is a little higher than a crossbar.
If it's inconclusive, it was ruled a goal on the ice.
It's still a goal.
And Joe, you know, I'd be willing to exchange contracts with Rolson if I'm wrong.
You are going to put that on the line. I like this. This is getting juicier by the minute.
Oh, well, let's see, Kelly. It's pretty bad when a guy has
rules that we have, just contracts, just salaries.
I just think it's a goal. They call it a goal.
How much am I making next year, kid?
You're making zero. You're making zero. The way the CBA stands right now, Kelly.
It's a good point. I'll take mine.
And one more final look. That was ruled to be deflected below the height of the crossbar. Little chance for Alex Auld. It's now a 3-goal lead for Vancouver. Full and even strength 5-on-5. Brent Sokol on the ice for the Canucks. Regeer back with Jordan Leopold. Leopold, who grew up skating on the ponds in Minnesota. And it shows. He has a wonderful stride. Leopold back there, shading for Regeer. May in on the forecheck along with Keane. Mike Keane, a winner of 3 Stanley Cups with 3 different teams. Jerome McGinley matched up with Malik. Saprikin will dump it in. McGinley's way offside, and we hear the whistle. It is 4-1 for Vancouver as we bring you along for the ride in Game 6 of the Western Conference quarterfinals. This series matching Vancouver against Calgary, with the Calgary Flames on the series lead 3-2. The venue is Saddle Dome here in Calgary, Alberta. And along with Kelly Chase and Dwayne Rollison, I'm Joe Beninati. Officially, we are hearing from above that it is Regeer's goal. And I'm not sure how in the world it could be. Robin Regeer getting the goal from Conroy and Leopold until further notice. Naslund to the front. Kovacic moving it out for Yell. Romanowski rams it off the boards, and Cook heard the train whistle coming. Rhett Warner off for Gauthier, who can make mincemeat out of you if you're not ready for a hit along the boards.
Yeah, he's not on many Christmas lists in the National Hockey League either, I can tell you that.
He hits and hits to hurt. Morrison is there, along with Yell. They'll switch it up for Kovacic. Cook comes to call on him. Cook covered there by Yell. Kiprasov with the traffic instructions, and Rhett Warner's free and clear. Back come the red sweatered Flames, trailing by 3 on home ice. Auld will shoulder that aside for Jovanovski. Both teams are in the midst of line changes.
That's what Calgary's got to do. They got to start getting some shots on him. They only got 8 shots so far, and it's over halfway through the game. They got to start generating some more, getting some people moving, and getting shots on net and test this guy. They haven't tested him at all tonight.
Commodore will trickle it in there, and it'll be Auld to hold. 4-1 Vancouver. Tomorrow the Stanley Cup playoffs will be continuing on ESPN2. The Toronto Maple Leafs have the lead in their series 3-2. They battle the high-scoring Senators in Game 6. Stanley Cup playoffs on ESPN2, followed by NHL tonight. For more information, log on to ESPN.com. That has been a tremendous battle, hasn't it? Ottawa and Toronto, they meet so often in the spring.
It's amazing that those teams end up locking horns every spring. It's almost unfortunate, because it would be fun to see them advance and play a little farther on in the playoffs.
You just saw the shots on goal story decisively in favor of Vancouver, as is the big board, 4-1. Neiman in, odd man rush. Neiman in, he scores! Billy Neiman in.
Calgary Saddle Dome is just erupted. This place is going bonkers for their fans, for their players here. Nieminen with the speed. It just Olin's trying to get it on the boards, and with his speed, he just comes in and takes everybody wide, and then Alt's frozen right there. He can't get across. He thinks his D-man's not going to take him across. And as a goalie, you see your D-man there. You do not think your player's going to be able to get across. You think your D-man's going to stop him. So that's why Alt's caught a little flat-footed, and he's able to put it in on the far side.
Well, I think Salo, who is the other defenseman there, there's only one way to play a 2-on-1 in the National Hockey League, and that's to slide towards the puck when you're a defenseman. Your D's got to come right at it and take away the bottom of the ice in the pass.
Kelly, Dwayne, when you get some time, tell me what Darryl Sutter could have said during the timeout to reinvigorate his troops.
What? I don't know. Can we repeat that on there? Have you met any of the Sutters?
It worked. Conroy right to the belly of Auld, and he will hold on.
To make your point, Kelly, like for me personally, if I'm a goalie in that situation, I do not want that player to get across the net. You get body position or take his wrist out. You know, give him a little slap on the stick so he can't get across. You know, that's a simple play to make in hockey. And our D do it very well and allow me to stay square to the shooter. And in this situation, even to be able to beat the goalie or beat the D-man and beat the goalie at the same time.
Your D in Minnesota, Wayne Rollison, the all-star netminder for the Minnesota Wild.
Well, St. Louis does a very good job of it, too, where I'm very accustomed with Quenneville making, you know, that's more of a line from him is, hey, you got to take the pass away and slide at the passer. And one of the best in the league, I think, is Chris Pronger. That long body will slide right across at you. That's how you have to play a 2-on-1 in this game.
The Blues dismissed from the Western Conference quarterfinals in 5 by a very solid-looking Pacific Division champ San Jose squad. Ferentz will retreat. Andrew Ferentz winding it up for Kobasu. Kobasu winds it, fires, stopped by Auld. He left a juicy rebound, though. Naslund for the Canucks, leading the charge. Salo joining the rush. Bombs away, and this one's deflected off the rink. 6 minutes, 2 seconds to go in the second period. 4-2 for Vancouver. And once again, the Saddle Dome has come to life.
Well, we talked about what Crawford would tell everybody. The shots on goal now are starting to climb a little bit in Calgary's favor. And the exact things we talked about, Vancouver not wanting to get into, keeping the puck, little plays. Calgary kept at him, and Vancouver got a little bit careless. It's a 4-2 hockey game.
Donovan into the corner for Nilsson. Salo is there. Little sneak attack coming from the weak side. Nieminen. Allen draped over top. Nieminen shortens up on the stick. Good defensive position for Allen. Big body in the back. Brian Allen, 6'4", 225. Roshinsky, marked by Warner. 4-2 Vancouver. Just over 5 minutes to go in the middle frame. As you watch Gauthier chill out. Nilsson harassed by Linden and Daniel Sedin. Kiprasov again will tee it up. One of the few instances in this series, aside from game 1, where Kiprasov sprung a leak. Now his Flames teammates try to bail him out with a comeback of their own. Iginla on the fly. Momentum building. Hammered by Jovanovski. Oland looking after Saprikin. Oleg Saprikin, the Russian-born winger. Yell is without his hockey stick. He'll gladly take a whistle. Iginla without his helmet. Oh, a rough run there. Trevor Linden, who was pointless in the first 5 games of this series. Same could be said for Jeff Sanderson. Sanderson's on the board tonight with a goal. Kovacic. In tight quarters for Yell. 65-footer, no worries for Alex Auld, and he will squeeze. It was all Vancouver for a while, and then it would be the Flames beginning their own celebrations. More in a moment.
It's beautiful.
Life can change rather quickly. Only Saturn lets you exchange any new car for another within 30 days. Saturn. People first.
Take me out to the party. Take me out to the bar. Pick up the next round of Cold Course Light. I hope that I got her phone number right. It's those blondes, brunettes, and those redheads with rings in their bellies and ears. For it's 1, 2, 3 nights a week, my bros and beers.
Unleash the Rocky Mountain cold taste of Coors Light.
Recently, Castrol Syntec was tested against every leading brand of conventional 5W30 motor oil. It was a punishing comparison, under extreme heat and stress, beyond anything a car would ever face.
Bob, what are the readings on the other car?
In the end, under these grueling conditions, Castrol Syntec simply performed better. Castrol Syntec. Everything else is just motor oil.
Jerome McGinley and the Flames, with respect to goal differential, their best period of the season throughout has been the second. So it is surprising to have seen Vancouver strike 3 times to their 2 in a wide open second period of play. It's 4-2 right now if you're just tuning in with us from Saddledome. In favor of the white sweatered Canucks, Artem Chubarov is there looking for Matthias Ola. Ladles it ahead to Brad May. May, earlier in this series, in this building, forehead first into the post. It opened up a nasty gash. Sopel around. Sanderson was crowded there along the boards by Warner. Chubarov cleans up the mess. Gauthier, crunched there by May. Olin will rewind. Sopel ahead. Sanderson trying to go tic-tac-toe for Chubarov. Be careful of the Vancouver defense. The defense corps for the Canucks led the NHL in terms of goals this year. Jovanovski, one of the reasons why. On for Naslin. Slick skater through center, he'll dump it in. Even in full strength 5-on-5, teams playing a bit more cautiously in the last few minutes. Just over 3 to go in the second. Commodore. Ahead for Donovan. Marek Malik was in his way. Brendan Morrison hits the seam for Cook. He's in. Cook fires, and it's shoulder to side. Kiprusoff challenged well.
He's out there challenging it and making Cook beat him. Like he didn't do on Sanderson's goal, he made Cook beat him. He's out at the bottom of the circles there.
Turnover. Rashinsky ahead and a whistle. This is a hand pass against Vancouver.
What Vancouver has done very well is have puck support. And the goal that Jeff Sanderson scores, he comes all the way from the other side of the ice. Now you got a centerman coming from behind, and you got Sanderson coming up the middle. Same thing here with Cook. He comes all the way across the ice. He's got puck support, so there's a seam there to make a short pass, and he's off to the races. Forces Kiprusoff to make a save. And that's just a good, simple puck support that can help you break out of a zone, and Calgary hasn't been able to stop for it.
First place in the Northwest Division, Vancouver, against third place in the Northwest Division, Calgary. The numbers 3 and 6 seeds in the West, respectively. Calgary leads the series 3-2. Vancouver is trying to force Game 7 Monday back at GM Place. Keane will dump it in. Leopold gets help from Regier. Rashinsky came up high. And too high. It's going to be a penalty. 4-2 Vancouver. Coming up soon, our Dodge Intermission Report. David Amber and Ray Ferraro will be telling us about Montreal coming back against Boston, the Avs taking care of the Stars in 5, and the Philadelphia Flyers, the Broad Street Bullies, knocking out the defending champs.
Yeah, Martin Rashinsky, he's trying to get some energy for his team. He's just trying to get in there quick and hard. He's tries to hit him, but he gets a stick up after the fact and just gets it in his face. You got to keep your stick down. You can't put it up by a guy's face. Hey, Kelly, it's just you're gonna be in the box every time you do it.
Yeah, you can't get caught putting it up there. No. Controlled aggression. That's what you need right now. Controlled aggression. Be on top of it. Initiate. No retaliate.
Critical juncture of this game for Calgary right now. A power play goal here would change the complexion late in the second and into the early stages of the third. McGinley who has a way of potting big goals. Jerome McGinley hiding on the flank. Leopold skips it. Conroy, one time McGinley. Deflection just went wide. It was Regier jumping up. Leopold, pump fake. Regier, McGinley. Jerome McGinley waits to pull the trigger. Chubarov has a broken stick. It makes it very difficult for him to play the passing lanes. They isolate against him. Leopold, slap pass, just missing Regier again. Regier for Conroy. Looked after by Salo. Nice pickpocket. Sammy Salo does the work with Mike Keane, and he pays the price along the boards.
Calgary's power play looked a lot like Vancouver there. They're activating their D, going back door with guys standing in front of the net. They need to do that. They got to start generating some more offense, and they need to continue that.
Well, trying to get Regier down low, you're right. Cause traffic. Let's see if they can't come up with some loose pucks.
Brent Warner taking his sweet time. 40 seconds left in the period. 23 on the power play. Yell on the dump in. Clark is going after it. Jovanovski. Lombardi and Morrison hit the fork at one another. Yell hooks out of the corner. Point position. Gauthier on the way. Never got a taste of Auld. The defense to the rescue for the Canucks.
That's what I was talking about at the top with Calgary. They didn't generate that first. They need to get pucks to the net, and that's what Gauthier just did there. Got it on a stick and got it to the net as quick as he possibly could.
Donovan weaving his way back. Niemanen lost the handle. Jovanovski will play it out with just 5 ticks remaining. Rashinsky's in. Backhander. Stonewalled by Kiprasov. And then he got conked on the head.
Well, again, those outlet passes are paying off. Just little quick plays. Vancouver has puck support all over the ice, and Rachinsky sent in. And Kiprasov forced to make a save again as he gets booted in the head as Rachinsky slides through, as you can see on the overhead, and then crashing into the net.
That's good focus by Kiprasov. He knows the guy's coming in hard, and he still clears a rebound out of harm's way and takes the hit for the team and knocks the net off, and the whistle's done.
Trevor Linden and Stefan Yell in a stalemate on the draw. 2 periods complete. Vancouver has gotten the better of Mika Kiprasov to this point. In the second period, it was a goal-scoring explosion. 5 tallies split between the two. The Dodge Intermissioner Board is coming your way in just a moment.
Take me out to the party. Take me out to the bar. Pick up the next round of cold Coors Light. I hope that I got her phone number right. It's those blondes, brunettes, and those redheads with rings in their bellies and ears. For it's 1, 2, 3 nights a week, my bros and beers.
Unleash the Rocky Mountain cold taste of Coors Light.
It's beautiful.
Life can change rather quickly. Only Saturn lets you exchange any new car for another within 30 days. Saturn. People first.
6, 7, 8, 9.
There's an online game with weekly prizes from Sears Ultimate Lawn Gear and a grand prize trip to ESPN Studios to watch baseball tonight.
990.
Just log on to ESPN.com/contests to play the Great Ground Screw Caper. It's perfect for those who love baseball and gardening. Especially baseball. Catch baseball tonight all season long on ESPN.
Give me games.
Give me sneaky reality games.
Give me casino games.
And hot dating games. Give me game shows.
Give me video games.
I want a shorter name.
And bigger games.
Give me a new game, weeknights at 10.
A new game.
Weeknights at 10.
Give me GSN. Give me GSN.
GSN.
The network for games.
Game Show Network is now GSN, bringing you a new game every weeknight at 10. GSN, the network for games.
In the
echoes of the greatest event of all time lies the fury and rage of those who have fallen. For every victor standing tall spurns the conquered with a vengeful eye. The euphoric crowds are replaced by a single voice. The voice that vows restitution. Because in this war that never ends, there is no peace. The backlash has just begun. WWE Backlash, Sunday, April 18th, live on Events on Demand pay-per-view.
Welcome to the Dodge Intermission Report.
David Amber and Ray Ferraro back in the ESPN2 studios. What a second period we had. 5 goals scored. All 5 of those goal scorers, their very first playoff goal of this year, setting up a great third period, which will be coming to you shortly. But first, we have some other business to take care of. Survival Saturday. Teams trying to stay alive, including the Montreal Canadiens, Ray. Game 6 at home.
Yannick Perreault can really fire the puck. He blows this one over Raycroft's shoulder. The Bruins are up 3-1 after 2. But the best Bruin on the ice is Sergei Samsonov. His second of the night. Great pass from Michael Nylander.
Third period, time winding down, and the GOAT turned hero, Alexei Kovalev, the empty netter, seals the deal. 4-2 Canadians. They go on at another empty netter. 5-2 is your final. We will have a Game 7. Montreal and Boston Monday night.
Going to be a busy Boston on Monday. The Boston Marathon, the Yankees and the Red Sox, and at night the appetizer is there.
Wow, that might be the main course indeed. And what about Joe Thornton? A great player, but not great against Montreal. He struggled in the regular season. He struggles in the playoffs. Look at those numbers.
We talk about his injury problems coming into the playoffs and the fact that he's got no points in the playoffs, but it's remarkable to me that in his 6 regular season games, he's got nothing against the Canadiens. They've obviously found the way to play Joe Thornton.
1 assist in 12 games. Unbelievable stat. What about the Devils and the Flyers, the defending champs? Their backs up against the wall, and this is trouble. Danny Markov streaking down, and Danny Markov, he's Russian, but he's got some finish in him. Finishing off the New Jersey Devils. 3-1 is your final, Ray, and the real story in this, none other than Robert Esche leading wire to wire. Another huge game for the 26-year-old.
This is one of those series going in you would look at and say Marty Brodeur and the Devils clearly would have a goaltending advantage, but it didn't turn out that way as Robert Esche, who had come into the playoffs with a lot of questions. Down the stretch, Sean Burke had replaced him in a couple of games, but Ken Hitchcock said, Robert Esche is my guy. He showed a lot of confidence in him, and in a pressure situation, the last minute of the game, look at that save he makes on Jamie Langenbrunner with the score 2-1. Esche was so confident in goal. Look at him follow the puck through traffic. Not only does he make the save, but there's no rebound. Jeff Friesen and the Devils go home early in the first round this year. And aside from the fact that Hitchcock shows confidence in Esche, what has really been a bonus for him, he and Sean Burke form a good tandem. Burke is there for support. He knows he can go in and play, but he supports Esche to the point that Esche feels confident as the #1 guy. He's not looking over his shoulder to see what Sean Burke is doing.
And the numbers are absolutely startling right now for Robert Esche. 31 saves today. Of course, he had that shutout in Game 4, a .942 save percentage. He really outplayed Martin Brodeur. Flyers moving on. Devils, the defending champs, they're going home. Period 3 coming your way from Calgary in a matter of moments. Vancouver, a 2-goal lead. They hope to force a Game 7. More from the intermission coming up.
This intermission report, presented by Dodge, the official road team of the NHL. Grab life by the horns. Dodge.
Introducing the only minivan with 2 rows of fold-in floor seats, the all-new 2005 Grand Caravan.
Come on in, Dad.
I'll finish that in the morning. The lowest priced minivan in America, starting under $19,000.
Welcome to the wireless age. Got your HP Pavilion ZT3280 notebook PC, featuring Intel Centrino mobile technology. Your HP camera and wireless printer. Setting it up was easy, right, Techno Boy? Because you went to CompUSA for that state-of-the-art HP engineering. Then CompUSA came over, set it up, and trained you for free. Who else gives you so much attention? CompUSA, unmatched.
Hey, baby, what's up? You're hot. Come on, you want to party? What? Exactly.
Fight Night 2004. Rated T for Teen. EA Sports. It's a game.
Jim Brewer here. Gonna show you how the new Right Guard Extreme Power Caps work. Power Caps are little balls of extra odor fighters. Let's say these guys represent odor, and the balls my friend Randy Johnson has here represent the Power Caps. Power Caps destroy odors on contact. Get extreme, get Right Guard. You do not want to be odor right now.
Now Right Guard has the strongest gel. It even keeps you drier than a stick.
Here's an idea. Reese's White Chocolate. Creamy white chocolate. Smooth Reese's peanut butter. Get lost in a Reese's White Chocolate.
The Bachelor's falling hard for the most hated woman in the house, and it's making some sick to their stomach.
I really don't care.
Plus, the spy uncovers her scandalous past.
If you ever marry a woman like that, I would not be your friend.
All new Bachelor, ABC Wednesday.
This is the Dodge Intermission Report.
Part of the ABC action, including the Stars and the Avs. Game 5 from Colorado. Colorado with a 3-1 lead, and they put this game away.
Merrick Svatos, who had 3 assists today, behind the net, finds Milan Hajduk. 4-1 lead with 11 minutes left, and the Colorado Avalanche eliminate the Dallas Stars in 5.
19 goals scored by Colorado in this series. Dallas completely imploding. The Avalanche move on. The Stars, they are done. Speaking of Stars, the Red Wings have a lot of them, and they were shining bright in Game 6 against the Predators.
Ray Whitney with his first of the playoffs. He whiffs the first one and puts the second one away, and then Robert Lang, a beautiful one-touch pass to Steve Yzerman. Yzerman's first of the playoffs. Before Curtis Joseph had seen a shot, the Wings were up 2-0.
Yeah, and Cujo stopped all 15 shots that he faced. The Red Wings move on 2 goals in a 2-minute span, and they move on in 6 games, beating the Predators. And now the excitement really grows because possibly, just possibly, the Red Wings and the Avalanche are going to be meeting in the next round.
Well, if Vancouver closes out Game 6 and wins Game 7 at home, it will be an Avalanche Red Wings conference semifinal. And when you look at these two teams and how they match up against each other and how they match up against the rest of the Western Conference, they have experience. They both have somewhat of a question mark in goal. Yet Curtis Joseph has more wins than any active goaltender without winning the Stanley Cup. And David Abisher acquitted himself very well in his first playoff series. Interestingly enough, too, both coaches for these teams lost their first playoff series as a head coach last year. Detroit went down to Anaheim. Minnesota knocked out the Colorado Avalanche. So somewhat of a vindication for Tony Granato and Dave Lewis. They win their first playoff series and go on to the second round.
Should be very interesting. Right now, the top seeds holding court in the NHL playoffs. We'll see if the Vancouver Canucks can also hold on and force a Game 7. Loads coming your way right here on ESPN2. Ville Nieminen getting Calgary within 2. Can they close the gap to 1? Find out next. Third period ahead.
Dear DirecTV, your service is great. Crystal clear picture, programming guide, it's just so great. Nothing could ever describe DirecTV better than the word great. Maybe wow, but no. Great works best. Sincerely, Crisco Pensy.
Wow, great. Great, wow. Get over 125 channels for $29.99 a month for 6 months, plus equipment and installation for up to 3 rooms free.
Yeah, hi. I was wondering, can I get a wake-up call tomorrow morning, please? 8:30 a.m.? Yeah, the thing is, I was wondering, can I get that to go to my cell phone instead of my room? Oh, well, here's the thing. I'm not quite sure if I'm gonna be in my room tomorrow, so I just thought if you could call my cell phone, it would cover all bases. Please?
Welcome back to the Dodge Intermission Report.
And tomorrow, the NHL playoffs keep rolling on right here on ESPN2. The Leafs and the Senators. Senators hoping they don't get eliminated yet again by the Leafs. Game 6, puck drop, 7 Eastern. Joe Beninati, Dwayne Rollis, and Kelly Chase have your third period coming up next.
This Intermission Report, presented by Dodge, the official road team of the NHL. Grab life by the horns. Dodge.
Very nice.
Like all light beers, it's low in carbs. Unlike any other light beer, it's got the great taste of Bud Light. What we have here is a failure to compromise. Fresh, smooth, real. It's all here.
Before Tiger.
Why do you play golf?
Before Nicholas.
Because I love it.
Before Palmer. There was Bobby Jones. Bobby Jones, Stroke of Genius. Rated PG. Starts Friday, April 30th at theaters everywhere.
Oh, man, there's a line.
Dockers Pro Style. Shirts and pants that do it all.
If you have great credit, shouldn't it be easier for you to get a home equity line? At eLoan, it is. From application to instant decision to appraisal, we do it online. We even come to you for signing. Apply today at eLoan.com.
Now, when you stay at Ramada, you'll earn points towards the things you really want with the largest hotel rewards program ever. Trip Rewards. Think of it as a gazillion more reasons why Ramada is a very good place to be.
No, wrong.
Mayday.
Not a good time.
Exactly, not a good time. I said it, I don't like it.
My client? How bad?
What is with the marble? Very, very bad. People don't listen. Too many trees.
Doing the smile thing.
This is a joke, right? Doing it now.
Relax. You're under budget.
We're under budget. We're under budget. We're under budget. I love it. Loves it.
Oh. Coast to coast walkie-talkies get it done. Nextel.
Today's engine works harder. It needs Castrol GTX, engineered for the best protection against viscosity and thermal breakdown of any leading oil. Castrol GTX. Put it in.
Mr. Wendy here, unofficial spokesman, making sure people don't eat bad food late at night. There's no point. Just go to Wendy's. Get a really good classic hamburger made fresh. Excuse me, sir. Oh.
Wendy's pickup window is open till midnight or later.
You'd love to draft an All-American, but you'll wait for a Super Bowl MVP. What does your team need? The NFL Draft 2004 begins Saturday, April 24th at noon on ESPN and continues all weekend on ESPN and ESPN2.
I push through the pain and raise my game. A victory is the only thing to gain. So I take it to the hole, drop it up your lane. The trophy is the reason why I came. Let's get it started. Yeah, let's get it started.
The Stanley Cup Playoffs on ESPN2. Brought to you by Dodge, the official road team of the NHL. Grab life by the horns. Dodge. And Bud Light, the proud sponsor of the NHL. Fresh, smooth, real Bud Light. It's all here.
Through 2, it's Vancouver by 2 in this Game 6 of the Western Conference quarterfinals. So glad to have you on board. Joe Beninati, Kelly Chase, Dwayne Rollis. And guys, it's not what we anticipated. We thought it would be close to the vest, not wide open.
Well, Vancouver smelt a little bit of blood at 2-0. The veterans opened it up a little bit, but Along comes Calgary, 2 quick goals rolling.
Daryl Sutter calls a timeout, then his team gets some energy. Now they're ready to go, and we'll see. But we got an interesting third ready.
The old cliche, the next goal is very, very large. Well, yeah, very much so against Alex Auld or Mika Kiprasov as we resume play in period 3. Vancouver trying to live another day. Calgary trying to wrap this one up in 6. If Calgary wins, underline if, they'll meet Detroit in the next round. Auld an early save on a sharp angle bid from Saprikin. Linden. And Rashinsky United tonight, along with Matt Cook to start things for Mark Crawford. And Alex Auld will put a clamp down on it. It was a wild second period.
Yeah, Jeff Sanderson coming down the wing, shoots it on the fly, and beats Kiprasov, and Regehr just gets it to the net. Saprikin puts it in, and just showing his speed. Getting all the flat-footed, going all the way across and tucking it into an empty net.
I can assure you that if Calgary is recipient of the next goal, there'll be a loud roar in this place and a fun-filled third period.
This is a Calgary team that has not been in the playoffs the last 7 seasons in a row. 8 years for the faithful here. Long wrister. Loose in front for just a moment. Jelena was lurking, and Auld will cover. In this series, Vancouver and Calgary, they've bounced back and forth, but it's been all about the second period where the greatest outbursts lie.
I guarantee in this third period that Daryl Sutter's had a talk with his troops far longer than what was said in the timeout that they took, and said, listen, here's what we're going to do, boys. We got a lot of hockey to play here. No matter what happens in this hockey game to the end, we're going to make them pay the price everywhere all over the ice. Should there be a game 7, we'll make sure that they know they've played in a game 6 tonight.
Kelly, got to be careful of the Flames early on in any period. Coming into tonight, half of their goals in this series were done in the first 5 minutes of a frame.
Yeah, they come out flying, and they're always flying right at the beginning, getting some energy. Stefan Yell's going for a change here.
I think he had a helmet repair that has to be done. Something is going on. He's either he's bleeding or he needed something fixed there on the bench. And of course, if you're bleeding, they're going to send you off to be repaired.
Matthew Lombardi, one of the top rookie face-off guys in the league, won the draw. And Marek Malik will hoist it on back.
Yeah, speaking of cliches, Joe, I'm sure a few times in the Calgary locker room it was said 2-goal lead is the worst lead in hockey. And what they mean by that, you get that one, you're back in the game, you're going to put the other team on their heels, and you're bound to get that next one.
Now, certainly playing, you wouldn't mind taking that 2-goal lead. I'll take that anytime, as you see Yell being tended to on the Calgary bench. Blood coming out of his ear, but he's a hockey player, folks, and he'll be back out there grinding and mucking it up.
So many different stretches, so many different streaks. Calgary is looking to end. Firing, deflection, score! Chris Clark!
As Kelly said before, if Calgary scores the next goal, this place is going to erupt. And it is. Chris Clark just gets it, fires on it. Jelena's going there. Auld's looking at Jelena, trying to find where it goes, and it streaks down. Jelena deflects it down over top of Auld's stick, between his legs, and it trickles into the net.
You see it on the Southwest Airlines goal cam there that he's got those wickets open twice now as the puck goes up over the glass into Calgary's end, and this place gets really, really loud.
Martin Jelena, the most experienced playoff member of the Calgary Flames. The guy with the most Stanley Cup playoff goals on the entire Flames roster. He gets the tip in here.
That's a great play by Clark, just getting it to the net, as we talked about earlier. They got to start testing all, and just by firing pucks at the net with guys going there, it's going to create him, or make him make a save, or make him watch guys coming, and those things might happen. They might triple in.
Remarkably so, they've done it again before the period was 2 minutes old. 1:14 the time of it. Naslin, the Canuck captain, trying to keep his composure, and collectively for this
Vancouver squad, which was in front by 4. Nilsson back looking for the equalizer. He just missed. What was once a 4-0 advantage. Saprikin, Niemann, Jelena in succession. It's 4-3. And this Saddle Dome is humming with intensity. Commodore coughed it up. Daniel Sedin puts it back onto the Calgary side. Saprikin sending it back for Commodore. You can hear him over the din. Mike Commodore has one of the deepest baritone voices I've ever heard. Saprikin for Conroy, and ladled away by Daniel Sedin. Linden for Henrik Sedin, softly to the front. Kiprusoff will juggle that off of Linden and wide. Saprikin will start it back. Jerome McGinley, he's been quiet so far tonight. Looking to make some noise now. As it bounces in there on Auld, and the young netminder, 23 years of age, is in the cauldron of Calgary.
Alex Auld has not been tested at all this game, and now Calgary's starting to get to him. After the timeout with Daryl Sutter, they had 6 shots in that period after the timeout, and now they're putting the pressure on, getting pucks in the net. Well, Alex Auld's got to relax and put everything else behind him. He can't worry about the goals that are let in. He can't give up this 1-goal lead now. He's got to show his team that he's going to be there for them and help them get this win.
A lot of pressure on a rookie. Lombardi back to a point position. Leopold drive, deflected down and wide. Calgary is turning on the heat. No pun intended. Marek Malik for Mike Keane, and casually through center. He'll scoop it into the corner. Vancouver's lead is now 1, 3 minutes into the third period. Keane on ice with Sanderson and Chubarov. Artem Chubarov watching as this one's vaulted back over the head. Both coaches in the midst of a line change. The chant is "Go Flames, go!" Warner plays the boards. Sean Donovan, nudge there by Cook. The lead, Sopel, ahead of Niemann. Nilsson took his eyes off of it. Morrison venturing back with Naslund. The pass didn't click. Billy Niemann roaring back through center. Drop pass, Niemann, great move, and Sopel just hung in there long enough. Niemann, Nilsson, Donovan, causing a commotion now for the Flames. Ferentz put it off of Sopel, back along the woodwork for Morrison to one-hand it to center. Quickly down with 4 minutes in the third. Cook strides in. Cook looking to create, put it right through the paint. Kiprusoff had plenty of company in the crease. It was Morrison who wound up in his lap. Commodore fights his way through the wash, all by his lonesome, 1 against 4. And Commodore gets smoked by Jovanovski. Marek Malik retreating for Jovanovski again. A hard-charging Trevor Linden picks it up on the fly. Henrik Sedin spun brother Daniel around. Ferentz will take over. The Flames trailing by 1. Saprikin puts it softly behind the goal, then got swarmed by Jovanovski. Even in full strength, 5-on-5. Bodies are flying again. Regier paddles it on for Saprikin. Crunched there by Linden. Conroy hooked it off of McGinley and wide. Jovanovski will settle. Scampering through neutral. Loops it into the corner. Regier back to Fetch. Chubarov hems him in. Oliva taps. And Yell maneuvers through center. Roshinsky got a good angle on it. Quick up. Chubarov for Roshinsky. Looking to Ruutu. Chubarov spinning backhander went wide. Yell looking to counterpunch. Stefan Yell got back into the series in game 4. Off the hip injury. Salo spins it around. Ruutu was rattled by Gauthier, and Gauthier hurt himself. Limping on that right skate, unable to put any weight on it. Gauthier hobbling to the bench. Warner sends it only as far as the Vancouver line. Naslund on for Cook. Cook hits the brakes. Finds Morrison. Guarded there by Clark. Lombardi keeps the thrust moving. Morrison got in the way. Rhett Warner for the Flames. 13:55 to go in regulation. Auld wanders from the crease. Malik Shaded by Jelena. Broke his stick in half. As the Flames will recoil. What a pace, guys, in this third period.
Well, I don't know who lit a fire under the Calgary Flames in their dressing room, but wow.
Daniel Sedin skipping in. There's Henrik with a backhander. Denied by Kiprasov.
That's Kiprasov taking away time and space again from the players, and they can't make a move around him.
Henrik Sedin, Daniel Sedin, Jeff Sanderson out there in white. Vancouver trying to get themselves some insurance. Sanderson, who has tallied in this one back in that wild second period. Lost it there in the lurch. Commodore, did he get it out? He did. It's a delayed offside now wash. Here comes Niemanen. Winds, fires, all makes the save. Point position. Regeer bombs away. That was blocked by Allen. 4-3 Vancouver. 7 minutes done in period 3. Leopold walks in. Leopold holds on. Waits. Regeer through traffic. Allen with the shot block. It's Niemanen for Leopold. Tic-tac-toe to Nilsson. Donovan back for Nilsson. He was mugged by Henrik Sedin. Fans want to call. None from the referees. Schick or Magoo. Kiprasov weakened it. Regeer as the Canucks are changing. Leopold has the easy clear. Jovanovski and Olin, the two ice time leaders for the Canucks. They can expect to log many minutes in the third. This is an icing against Vancouver. The Calgary Flames have made this so interesting. Clark and Jelena hooking up.
Describe the perfect day, Liz.
Well, we're driving to the lake. The kids watch a DVD, and Joe and I have some quality time.
Joe?
Okay, we're barreling along. The Hemi's kicking some serious butt. Then we fish.
Ah, see, you're not traveling in the same vehicle.
The all-new Durango. Big size, smooth ride, Hemi power.
What a quack.
Dodge Durango with 5-star, the highest frontal crash test rating.
At the Bud Light Institute, we're proud that our beer is made with all natural ingredients and is low in carbs. So few, in fact, it's easy to burn the carbs in one Bud Light. That's why we've created the Mini Treadmill 2010. Use your treadmill at home, on the town, even in the gym. And it stores conveniently away till you need to use it again. Order yours today. Fresh, smooth, real. Bud Light, it's all here.
There's only one chocolate-covered nut with an old friend inside. Planters, put out the good stuff.
One day you wake up and find a few hairs on your pillow. Next day, they're dribbling your head down the court.
Get new V for Men thickening shampoo for up to 50% thicker looking hair for better scalp coverage. New V for Men by L'Oreal Paris.
Guys, one of the Flames' power hitters is ailing in the dressing room tunnel.
Yeah, Denny Gauthier, one of those good open ice hitters and big hitters. He tries to make a hit there, and it collided with something that didn't agree with the body part. Now he's in the tunnel. I'm sure he'll be back, though.
Live action resumes 3-on-3. Jarkko Ruutu along with Rudzinski and Chubarov. Flames defender there, Ferentz weathering the storm. 8 minutes gone by in what has turned out to be a very eventful hockey game. Game 6 in the Western Conference quarters between Calgary and Vancouver. Chubarov to the front. Rudzinski was there, and he was hemmed away by Ferentz. Vancouver had a 4-0 lead in this game. The Flames have rallied on home ice, trying to win the series in 6 with 3 goals in succession. Commodore rams it ahead. Malik will wait. Marek Malik choosing Brent Sopelin off of his boot. It was Ferentz hooked down. May have showed that up a little bit. Fans wanted the call, and again we continue to play 5-on-5. Sopel heaves it over the glass for the whistle and listened to the reviews of the fans.
Well, the fans looking for a penalty there. And honestly, there's a little bit of holding going on with both directions. Sopel, the puck gets by him. Ferentz reaches around, grabs his stick. So the officials, senior officials, do a good job of saying, listen, guys, we're going to let both calls go and let you play. It's been an exciting third, but I'll tell you, Joe, if Calgary continues to pour this pressure on, Vancouver's going to have no choice at some point to haul one of them down.
Good pickup there by you, Kelly. That's Kelly Chase. Wayne Rollison in the booth upstairs along with yours truly, Joe Beninati. So glad you've tuned in. We've got 10:55 to go in regulation. Naslin with a bid to the front. Pinballs around there off of Kiprasov and then backhanded wide by Morrison. Naslin scooting out of the corner. Kiprasov giving the directions to Regier. He'll play the wing for Zelina. Zelina smashed by Jovanovski. Marek Malik ahead for Daniel Sedin. Too strong for twin brother Henrik. Ferentz gliding it on through Yell, who spun himself around. Kobasu and Allen to the corner. 4 in the quarrel there. Yell will emerge with it. Ran into the referee, Magoo. Boy, that's not going to make him any friends. To the goal mouth, and Auld finds it in the paint. And it gets furious in front. 4-3 Vancouver. Tomorrow the NBA playoffs continue on ESPN and ABC. 1 Eastern on ESPN. Michael Redd and the Bucks tipping off their series with Ben Wallace and the Pistons. Bucks Pistons also available in high definition on ESPN HD. Call your cable operator, DirecTV or Dish Network today. Then at 3 Eastern on ABC, the Mavericks and the Kings in Game 1 of that series. ABC Sports, home of the NBA Finals.
Mick Magoo running a little interference into deep in the corner as Calgary tries to get to the front of the net. Mick playing better defense there than he did when he played junior hockey.
Yeah,
More effective.
Fans got a little excited because they wanted to call and they wanted to get it going.
They wanted to see him sent off for 2 minutes.
That's right.
That's not the first time that's happened in his career.
I'm sure not.
4-3 for the Canucks. We find out from downstairs that Denny Gauthier, I think we could have figured this out, that it was a lower body injury. He may return. That was quite apparent from our replay looks. Nilsson and Chubarov on the draw, and Artem Chubarov wins the faceoff. So then Matthias Oland can clear. Sanderson rambling in there wide, and Ferentz closed ranks quickly. Good takeaway by Chubarov. Cycles one off the boot of May. Chubarov to May. May skipping back behind the cage. Mark Crawford, true to form, is playing 4 lines tonight in the 3rd period. Niemanen carries it for Calgary. Billy Niemanen, beautiful goal in the 2nd period. Hums one in from center, and all will fight that off. Allen pitched at the center. Leopold under some pressure. Cook on a takeaway. Cook 2-on-1. 3-on-1. There's the trailer. Morrison denied. Back we go, end to end. This is a 3-on-3. Iginla, drive, kick out, saved by Auld. As Jerome Iginla, for one of the few times tonight, had a chance to really crank it up.
Well, that's a great save by Auld there because Iginla's moving. All the traffic's coming towards him. He focuses in, just gets the leg out in time. And Iginla shut out tonight in the goal department. But coming on.
We are making our way to a very exciting finish. If you don't want to move on ESPN2, 8:50 to go. Ferentz winds and drives. That's deflected high off the back glass, or safety netting. It's now whistled. As we get the stoppage in play, a chance to step out. Mika Kiprasov has to be razor sharp at every turn here in the 3rd.
I said, Joe, think of the family. It's comfortable. It's not too big, not too small. It's got a DVD. End of discussion.
I said, Liz, we need a man's SUV. I mean, this thing tows like a son of a gun, and it's got a Hemi. Done deal.
The all-new Durango. Big size, smooth ride, Hemi power.
And Joe completely understood.
Liz finally saw it my way. Soda?
Dodge Durango with 5-star, the highest frontal crash test.
Fantastic! At the Bob Urban Auto Group, we make buying a car lots of fun. Get fantastic savings on all Toyotas, Hondas, Jeeps, Lincolns, Mercury, Subarus, Mitsubishis, Hyundais, Kias, Suzukis, and Saturns right now. Save up to 10 grand or get financing as low as 0 APR.
There's only one Bob Roman.
Feel fantastic at the Bob Urban Auto Group, Sagamore Parkway, Teal Road, Creasy Lane, and 231 South, Lafayette.
Over 8 million drivers feel really good riding with Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
That laser-like stare of Mika Kiprasov, all the concentration. Usually for him, that third period, he gets extremely stingy.
Yeah, he does. And, you know, his teammates just know that, I'm sure. And if they know they can get 2 goals here tonight, there's a good chance of winning this game.
Trevor Linden for Brent Sopel. Sopel looking ahead for Matt Cook. And doesn't a cook belong in the kitchen and not the antique shop? He loves antiques. Matt Cook, the winger for Rashinsky and Linden. Zaprikin picking up McGinley. Tried to finagle that one around Cook. There's Ferentz. Pump fake. Now the wrister with Zaprikin camped out in the slot. Calgary needs 1 to tie. They've got 8-12 to work. Linden barreling his way. Trevor Linden spins to the corner. Only Pavel Bure, more playoff goals. Oh, Sedin! Wonderful move, and Kiprasov just got enough. What footwork by Daniel Sedin. Sleight of hand, and Kiprasov just nudged it away. Henrik Sedin. Ferentz sweeps it, brushed it back behind the goal. Henrik Sedin trying to loosen himself from the grip of Commodore, and Commodore will play it away. Jovanovski for the Canucks, the head man to Daniel Sedin. Charging in, working wide. Regier canceled him out. Lombardi pivots right back into trouble, though. Clark golfs it on back. Salo on the Vancouver side for just a moment. As they change up on the move, the quick up sends in Clark. Clark to the goal mouth and behind Jelena. Sharp angle, centering pass. Allen was patrolling the slot. Regier keeps it moving. Back behind the goal. Salo was there a little early. Regier fires, deflection. Score! We are tied. Chris Clark on the tip-in.
This place is rocking now, Kelly. Just like we said earlier, you just get the puck to the net and try and get people there. Exactly what Regier does. Just get it on net. And Chris Clark, great hand-eye coordination, deflects it. And All's pushing to it with it. And then his legs are open. He can't get him closed in time. He's pushing with the shot. Clark tips it. 5-0. Great view from the goal cam there.
The Jelena line has been leading by example tonight as he takes the cream behind the net to make the play again. And folks, here come the Calgary Flames.
Dwayne, you're an all-star netminder in the NHL. What can Alex All be thinking about right now? He and his mates have blown a 4-goal lead.
Right now, Alex All is second-guessing himself. You got to put it out of your mind. You got to just relax. Forget everything that's happened this far. Now, 0-0 hockey game. It's the beginning of the game. Now he's just got to refocus and make that next save.
And this hockey game has 6:25 left in it in regulation. What a wonderful affair it has been. Morrison with Warner close by. Brendan Morrison, the top playmaker for this team. This Vancouver squad without the suspended Todd Bertuzzi. Linden galloping in. Trevor Linden hooks one back to a point position. Morrison was unsuspecting in the midst of a change, and they got to be careful here for too many men on the ice. Zaprikin couldn't go far. He was gassed at the end of a line shift. We drop below 6 minutes to go in the third. Suddenly, 4-4. Ed Jovanovski using the glass. Daniel Sedin moments ago, a brilliant move that Kiprasov made a big save on. Clark just tied it. He's right back out there with Lombardi and Jelena. Early in this series, Darryl Sutter was putting the heat on this line. Have they ever responded? You could add Sean Donovan into that mix too. Leopold around. Rashinsky to Keane. Keane to the front, nobody home. Save for Jelena, and he'll punch it away.
Kiprasov made a smart play there, just relaxing and keeping his eyes on Keane.
That long blast from Salo handcuffed Kiprasov. It is deafening inside the Saddle Dome with 5 minutes to go. Look out. Back comes Nieminen. Poke check by Olin. 4-4 in Game 6. Calgary in the red sweaters, a 3-2 lead in the series. Ferentz under control, smoked there by Ruutu, who hits and drops the hammer behind the cage. Nilsson, board to board, Nieminen. Oland awaits, swats it ahead. Picking it up on the fly, it's Stefan Yell, the veteran presence down the middle for the Flames. Matthias Oland will survey. Patiently, the breakout begins. Sopel. Long wrister, butterflies in there on Kiprusoff. He'll take no chances. We are dead even. It is electric inside the Saddle Dome. Don't you dare move.
My cousin's friend's an usher here. Says this is the place. Hey, how's it going? Good. Nice work out there. Yeah. Can we get an autograph? Sure, why not?
We're big fans.
So cool. There you go. Hey, good luck on Wednesday night.
Thanks, but I only do security on weekends.
Oh, he's a security guard.
That's where I know him from.
Apply the repellent. Release the bugs.
You don't need a great job to drive a great car. Like Dodge Neon SXT. Remote keyless entry, air, CD player, and style that says nothing bugs you.
Recently, Castrol Syntec was tested against every leading brand of conventional 5W30 motor oil. It was a punishing comparison, under extreme heat and stress, beyond anything a car would ever face.
Bob, what are the readings on the other car?
In the end, under these grueling conditions, Castrol Syntec simply performed better. Castrol Syntec. Everything else is just motor oil.
Mark Crawford wondered how his Canucks would be able to handle the noise in Game 6. The noise provided by a throng inside Saddle Dome. Game 6 of the Western Quarters. Calgary has the lead 3-2. Joe Beninati, Dwayne Rollison, Kelly Chase, so glad you've tuned in. This was once a 4-0 lead for Vancouver. The Flames with 4 unanswered to completely turn things around. Iginla, who specializes in lead-changing goals. Behind the cage for Conroy. Oland is there. Saprikin looking to dodge Morrison. And it's swatted away by Matthias Oland.
We'd like to see what Alex All does with this next shot. He hasn't faced a shot since that last goal. See how he handles it. He needs to refocus and make that first save and then go from there. He can't really worry about anything else at this point in time.
Dan Cloutier injured an ankle in Game 3. Johan Hedberg came off the bench. Won Game 3. Lost Game 4. Alex All has taken over in 5 and 6. And boy, is he in a pressure cooker right now. And he likes that butterfly style. He is a robot butterflyer.
He is a robot butterflyer. He comes from the school of Francois Allaire. And, you know, he got burned a couple goals tonight just because he's in that style. Just drop to your knees right away. And unfortunately, you can't do that. You got to be able to push into it and relax and let pucks come to you and be able to move. You can't go down on every shot, and that's what he seems to be doing right now.
The Vancouver Canucks and Alex All trying to stave off elimination. It's a 4-4 struggle with 3:05 to go in the third. All will lead the Comfort to the crease. Allen was nearly bowled over there on the forecheck. Then he did some hitting of his own. Allen protecting the front. Daniel Sedin just scoops it back to center. Ruutu all over Commodore. Flames in possession. Clark was tripped by Rashinsky. No penalties now. Jovanovski using the boards. This one tumbles in softly on Kiprusoff. Regier met immediately by Rashinsky, who can fly. Chubarov keeps it on the boards. Donovan is there. So too Nilsson. Deep slot. Rashinsky took a tumble, and the Flames will spin it out. It is Nieminen doing the honors. Donovan in the foot race with Jovanovski. protecting it to the boards. Niemanen chips it to the front. Nilsson swarmed by Malik. Nilsson and Malik back behind the cage. Niemanen cycles for Donovan. Took a shoulder and elbow combination from Jovanovski, and the Canucks will get out of there. Cook puts it along the boards. Regier outlasting Cook. We gave him a little hook, little toe rope there. We get the whistle. And do we have a penalty call here? Referee Magoo is pointing and ordering the two players to separate. 4-4, less than 2 to go. NHL.com for scores, stats, fantasy, and the official score of the NHL. NHL.com, the official site of the Stanley Cup.
That was a foot race for that loose puck. This is one of the things that are going to be discussed. The NHL meetings is whether or not touch-up icing is going to stay in effect. There, Regier just gets the battle, wins the battle with Cook to that loose puck, and a face-off back in Vancouver's end.
Ferentz sent it on the way, and the ricochet went wide. 1:50 left to go in regulation. Vancouver has met Calgary more than any team in its playoff history. I'm sure they'd be hard-pressed to find a game with this type of excitement and with this type of dramatic storyline change. They have squandered a 4-0 advantage, have the Canucks. 90 seconds to go. Sopel angling against Saprikin. Keane guides it. Henrik Sedin will throw it only as far as Robin Regier. Leopold looking to create. Jordan Leopold safely at the line from behind it, though. It's going to be an icing against Calgary.
We were talking about this a little bit earlier. Last year against the Minnesota Wild, your Minnesota Wild, the Vancouver Canucks up 3-1 had a meltdown. Could this be a bigger implosion? Not sending them south should they lose this hockey game into Game 7.
I think it could be. You know, it's 2 years in a row, and then they had goaltending situations here this year. You know, as an organization, you know, I think they're going to be second-guessing themselves if they're doing the right things.
They're not done yet. Linden into the corner. Leopold with Sedin right there in his hip pocket. Jordan Leopold heaves it along the flank. Clark trying to find Jelena twice. Salo is there. It's loose in front. And then it was a charging Nilsson knocked down. 38 seconds to play in the third. As this one is popped back into the Calgary end. Mark Crawford with the last line shift. Darryl Sutter will keep his 5-man group on. 5-on-5 for Warner. Fanned on the dump in. Oland lost it to Niemanen. Billy Niemanen with 14 seconds to play. Morrison, Naslin, Cook in succession. Looking for Sopel at the line. He was over-anxious and offside.
Well, you show Brent Sopel there. This is a kid that hasn't had a great series in 5-on-5 play. Coming into this hockey game, -5. And of course, playing against that Iginla line earlier with Olin. Now, Brent Sopel not having the series creatively that the Vancouver Canucks would like to see as well.
Off the draw, the Flames will backpedal. They've done all the heavy lifting. After falling behind by 4, they'll gladly take their chances in overtime. We're getting set for the Southwest Airlines intermission report. 4-4 going to OT. We turn it over to David Amber and Ray Ferraro in the studio.
Welcome to the Southwest Airlines intermission report.
Well, Ray Ferraro, David Amber, we have certainly saved the best for last here on Survival Saturday in the NHL. 5 games, 5 teams facing elimination, and what a comeback. We could be seeing some history in the making.
Yeah. Well, when it was 4-0, I say there's no chance for Calgary to score 4 goals. And here we are heading to overtime. You look at the largest single-game comebacks in playoff history. The miracle on Manchester is at the lead. Darrell Evans scores with just a couple of minutes left. They overcome a 5-goal deficit to win 6-5. A couple of 4-goal ones, including the 71 Canadians who went on to win the Stanley Cup. in Ken Dryden's rookie year. And here are the Flames right now with a chance to make this list and stay on there. The Canucks are reeling in the third period. The Flames deserve so much credit for no quit. They play their entire season like this. Every time somebody counts the Flames out, they're more physical, they're more determined than the other team. They don't score pretty goals. 3 of the 4 goals are deflections. How nervous do you think Alex Auld is right now? This is a young kid playing his second playoff game.
And to give this a little historical context, let's remember, Calgary has not won a playoff series since they won the Stanley Cup in 1989. So this group of players, a lot of them haven't been on a playoff series winning team. Loads more coming your way on the Southwest Intermission Report. 4-4, we are going to overtime. Survival Saturday rolls on.
Okay, folks, let's get this party started. Call Seattle. Get McGregor on the phone.
Calling him now.
Morning.
Good morning.
This is Scott McGregor. I'll be out of the office all day. Please leave a message.
That's not like McGregor.
McGregor's not there?
Great.
Excuse me, there's a Mr. McGregor here to see you.
With Southwest Airlines last-minute fares, you'll never pay more than $2.99 one way. So why would you fly with anyone else?
You are now free to move about the country.
I got you something.
Oh, you shouldn't have. Oh, this is nice. And here's yours. I know it's not fancy, but it's what's inside that counts. And what's inside is Labatt Blue.
Wow.
Huh?
I love it.
Break out the blue. Labatt Blue.
Awesome gift.
Oh, yeah.
Introducing the only minivan with 2 rows of fold-in floor seats. The all-new 2005 Grand Caravan.
Come on in, Dad.
I'll finish that in one.
The lowest priced minivan in America, starting under $19,000.
Action! Remember, when you hit the water, I need you to hydroplane out of control. Water! Remember, out of control. Cut! No, cut! Cut.
Back in. Fire the stunt driver.
The Michelin Hydro Edge with Michelin-engineered hydro chutes. It's our best-performing tire in its class. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Boxing stars Shannon Briggs and Francois Botha make their K1 USA debut against martial arts premier fighters. K1 Battle at the Bellagio 2, Friday, April 30th. To order, call your cable company, DirecTV, or Dish Network.
This is the Southwest Airlines Intermission Report.
All right, the defending champs on the ropes against the Flyers in Philly, Game 5. Tony Amonte to Alexei Zhamnov, and Zhamnov's having a great series, Ray.
He sure is. Brodeur couldn't handle the first shot. Roenick to Amonte. Perfect pass. Nobody covers Zhamnov, and he puts it in the empty net.
And Danny Markov, what a great pickup he's been. Sturdy defenseman, also a little scoring touch, makes it 2-1. Sammy Kapanen, hello, Sammy. Sam I am. 3-1, Flyers win. They are moving on. The defending champs, they are going home, Ray.
Hard to believe. Robert Esche outplays Martin Brodeur in this playoff series. Esche was somewhat of a question mark coming into this playoff. He acquitted himself very well, justifying Ken Hitchcock's confidence in him going into this playoff year.
Robert Esche, a star there. What about Andrew Raycroft and the Bruins? Can they polish off the Canadians? 2-1 Montreal. Yannick Perreault up, and away.
Yannick Perreault can win faceoffs and take slap shots, and there we see the second part of it, a great slap shot. Later on, Sergei Samsonov, the best Bruin on the ice by a country mile, takes a pass from Nylander. And as we've seen this before, this guy needs a haircut so you can see the pass out front. Alexei Kovalev, after his gap in Game 4, he has been terrific, as has Saku Koivu.
Montreal, with all the momentum in the world, they've won Game 4, they've won Game or make that 5 and 6 to tie this series at 3 games each. We are heading to a Game 7 Monday, of course, in Boston. A game you can see right here on ESPN2. How do they get the momentum back and win this Game 7, Boston?
Well, it starts with your goaltender, and Andrew Raycroft, who was so solid in the first 4 games of this series. The last 2 games, he's given up 8 goals on just 51 shots. Raycroft needs to be a composed goaltender. All reports are that this kid never gets flustered. Well, we'll see in his first Game 7 in the National Hockey League. And secondly, rookie coach Mike Sullivan, who has done a terrific job with the Bruins all year, juggled his lines in the 3rd period. Joe Thornton has just 1 assist in 12 games against the Canadians this year, 0 in 6 games in this playoffs. He moved Glenn Murray off of that line and put him alongside Samsonov and Nylander, and that'll be the Bruins' best line if they choose to go with it.
They've been sensational in this series, so we're going to have at least 1 Game 7 on Monday. We could have 2 Game 7s. All Vancouver needs is a bit of a hero to step up. A guy like maybe Chris Clark, who's been the offensive star for Calgary. 2 goals in the 3rd. We are going to overtime.
All right, it's between you guys. Best bartender gets the job.
After you. Oh, boy. Yeah.
The Bat Blue, please.
I've got this one. Canada's finest.
Thanks.
Break out the blue. Labatt Blue.
Is it hot in here, or is it just him?
Oh, man, there's a line.
Dockers Pro Style. Shirts and pants that do it all.
Now, this here, that's the drain plug. It lets the oil drain out into the pan. Remember, she's got a lot of mileage on her, but one day, she'll be all yours.
Help keep the family car in the family. Switch to Valvoline's Max Life at 75,000 miles. Its added ingredients help prevent wear on critical engine parts.
After our naps, we'll flush the radiator.
At 75,000, time to switch to Max Life.
Describe the perfect day, Liz.
Well, we're driving to the lake. The kids watch a DVD, and Joe and I have some quality time.
Joe?
Okay, we're barreling along. The Hemi's kicking some serious butt. Then we fish.
Ah, see, you're not traveling in the same vehicle.
The all-new Durango. Big size, smooth ride, Hemi power.
What a quack.
Dodge Durango with 5-star, the highest frontal crash test rating.
It's okay for him. When he sheds, it grows back.
Get new V for Men thickening shampoo with Virginium XY for up to 50% thicker looking hair for better scalp coverage. New V for Men by L'Oreal Paris.
You'd love to draft an All-American, but you'll wait for a Super Bowl MVP. What does your team need? The NFL Draft 2004 begins Saturday, April 24th at noon on ESPN and continues all weekend on ESPN and ESPN2. Welcome back to the Southwest Airlines Intermission Report.
Stars trying to keep their season alive on the road against the Avalanche. This isn't going to help. Steve Connor-Walchuk doing what he does best, Ray, around the net.
On the power play, the Colorado Avalanche scored 6 power play goals in this series. Dallas couldn't kill penalties to save their life, and this didn't help. Peter Forsberg around Chris Therien, and Marty Turco did not have a good series. That was the backbreaker, and here's the clincher. Marek Svatos out front, Milan Hajduk. Nobody picks up Hajduk. He puts it past Turco, and the Stars go home.
How do you miss the Rocket Richard winner from last year? Avalanche cruise 5-1 is your final. They scored 19 goals in this series. They're moving on. The Stars, they are done. What about the Red Wings? This time they want to wrap things up against the Preds. Game 6 in Nashville, and Ray Whitney's been kept off the score sheet until 2 minutes in. Ray, twice is twice as nice.
The fans on the first one so badly, nobody can pick up the puck. It comes to him, he puts it away, and then 30 seconds later, Robert Lang finds Steve Yzerman for his first of the playoffs. Cujo hadn't seen a shot to that time. He makes 15 saves for probably his easiest shutout in a long time.
Absolutely. 60 career playoff wins for Curtis Joseph. Not a single Stanley Cup. That's the most by any goalie. And Steve Yzerman, you mentioned him with the insurance goal. And check this out. 68 goals. He passes Gordie Howe, and he's the all-time Red Wings scorer and career playoff goal leader. All right, overtime coming away from Calgary 4-4. Who's going to be the hero? Will the Canucks season end? All those answers coming up ahead right here on ESPN2.
Though he is universally regarded as the best golfer on the planet, still, Tiger Woods went without a major in 2003.
She said yes!
Looking for the perfect gift idea for someone that's impossible to shop for? Then you need to visit Virk's Fine Jewelry.
The gift of time is the perfect choice. We all use clocks and watches, so they serve a practical purpose. Yet each piece can reflect individual tastes, styles, and budgets.
Virk's has clocks of every kind, from desk and travel, wall and mantle to grandfathers. Our watch selection has something for everyone. Vintage Rolex and Cartier, fine Swiss watches from Longines to Chase Durer. And technology meets form and function with Seiko and Citizen. Remember, there's no present like the time.
Hey, buddy, want to buy a watch?
Stop. Would you buy an expensive watch sight unseen? So why begin your search for a new vehicle with incomplete information?
On Car Search, you'll see and learn about hundreds of vehicles in full color, all from the comfort of your home. You'll find basic transportation in cars with style, trucks for play or work, vans and SUVs big enough to fit any family. Most important, you'll have a good idea of what you want before you make that first trip to the car lot.
Put Insight Cable to work for you. Find your next vehicle with Car Search, 4 times a day, only on Channel 16.
All right, overtime action's ready to begin in just a minute. A few more things to talk about, though, Ray. I'm going to have to get a prediction from you. Pick a player who's going to be the hero for either of these teams.
Calgary, Jarome McGinley, I guess that's not too far off the boards. You know, if somebody's going to score, it will be him. And for Vancouver, I like Daniel Sedin. He's had some great chances.
Well, it's going to be a very interesting situation. Of course, Vancouver trying to force a Game 7. Calgary trying to win their first playoff series in 15 years. I'll just say Matthias Olin and maybe Chuck Kobasu as the two possible heroes that they're going out on a bit of a limb. It's been a great game, though. This has been really one of the more incredible comebacks we've ever seen.
Very entertaining game. The Flames play so hard. The pace never seems to slow down. And what's interesting is a lot of times in overtime, you see teams get a little bit cautious. I don't think that's going to be the case. Both teams skate, and the Flames play best when they push the play. So look for an exciting overtime.
Really quickly, Ray, is the series over?
Yeah, I think the momentum is swung enough that it's going to be tough for the Canucks to stem the tide of what Calgary can bring to them. I don't think it'll be a pretty goal either.
Oh, God. It's always one of those in-traffic stuff happening. It'll be very interesting. Go to the net. Good things happen, especially in overtime. Should be fantastic from Calgary. Hope you've enjoyed Survival Saturday in the NHL. 5 teams facing elimination. Vancouver facing elimination. We'll get you out to our broadcast team, Joe Beninati, along with Dwayne Rollison and Kelly Chase. Enjoy the overtime.
David, it looked awfully good for Vancouver when they roared out to a 4-0 lead in this Game 6. But then it would be Calgary tipping the scales in their favor, literally. Oleg Saprikin in the second period. Ville Niemann in a little less than 2 minutes later. It was 4-2. A 2-goal rally in the third. Jelena on the deflection. And how about another tip in from Chris Clark? 4-0 becomes 4-4, Kelly Chase. It's one of the biggest comebacks in NHL playoff history.
Well, you're right about that. And the last time it's happened is in '85, Minnesota, 5-4 in overtime. Well, I'll tell you something right now. With this, the way the momentum swung in Calgary's favor right now, I don't know if it's probably going to be an ugly goal. And I heard Ray talking about that in the studio. But I'll tell you something right now. This crowd is jacked up. There's so much energy in this building. I like all the emotion going in Calgary's favor.
Dwayne, you're an all-star netminder for the Minnesota Wild. It's a pressure cooker for a young man who had just 20 minutes of playoff experience before this series started. Alex Aul's night, what's it been like?
Yeah, tonight probably not his textbook game. He's letting a lot of 3 goals. 3 out of the 4 goals have gone 5-hole on him. He's leaving when he's going down. He's leaving that gap. He's got to get those knees together. He's going down into a position. He's almost like he's trying to stop it with his one pad instead of just taking it on his body and just letting the puck come to him. It seems like he's trying to force the issue. He needs to relax and just go with the flow now.
Simply from a confidence standpoint, you'd have to figure he would be a bit shaken. Shots on goal story. Mr. Auld likes to use that butterfly.
Yeah, it's you saw from the graphic there, he had 23 shots, and 19 of them he was down on. You know, it's just that's a textbook Francois Allaire, the goalie coach in Anaheim. That's what he teaches, and that's part of it.
And Mikra Kiprasov, Kelly's got to be giving his teammates a big thumbs up. They got him off the hook tonight. This was not Mika's best showing to date.
No, you're right about that, but you talked about it in the third. He's stingy in the third, and he showed it again tonight as he stood tall, and Calgary tied this hockey game up, and we're heading to overtime.
20 minutes on the big clock. First goal wins it. If it's Calgary, the series is done. If it's Vancouver, we move to Game 7 Monday back at their place, GM Place, in Vancouver, British Columbia. It's put off the rink. We get the whistle 14 seconds in. If you're looking for guys who've been there, done that, there they are.
Well, unfortunately for Calgary, Dave Lowry not in the lineup, but Mike Keane has been one of those guys that always steps to the plate. If Vancouver does come through tonight, I look to the older guys to do it, and I like Trevor Linden as my pick, but right now, I'm going to go with Martin Gelinas. He's had a terrific game, and he's paid the price all over the ice. Been in front of the goaltender battling. Like I said, if it's going to be an ugly goal, I'll take him to take it.
Darryl Sutter really has his fingers on the pulse of the series. He said the Flames need better play from their wingers. All the way around tonight, he's gotten it again.
He has gotten it again tonight. The first half of the game, until he called the timeout, he wasn't getting it. Went over there, told the boys, let's regroup. Hey, this game is still within our reach. We got a lot of time left. We need to play a smart game, and our wingers need to generate some stuff for it. We need to start cutting across the zones in our own end, allowing us to break out, and in the offensive end, get some forechecking in, so we don't let the Vancouver to break out easy.
Conroy creeping out of the corner. Stick check by Chubarov, and Matt Cook will move back. Vancouver in white, Calgary in red. Cook with the first chance. Blazer right on, and Kiprasov will squeeze.
Calgary can't get fancy in the neutral zone. Right there, Saprikin's going to make a little drop pass to Conroy. Pick up the puck. You've got great speed. Pick up the puck and skate with it. Send it back to your defense. They're looking up ice. You go back, you leave it for Cook. He walks in. That could have been game, set, and match right there. Saved by Kiprasov. And Vancouver's got to be real cautious of that as well, because this young Calgary team is coming with speed. There's not going to be any holding back, but simple plays will make it a lot easier to win a hockey game.
Yes, the Flames have not been in the playoffs in a long time, but they have lost the last 6 times they've tried to clinch a series. 5 of those were in overtime, where we are right now. Loose in front. At a point position, it's Warner, keeping it in there deep. Stefan Yell, hawked by Malik. Malik has it underneath that towering frame. Donovan, Yell, Neiman in on ice for the Flames. Yell, sharp angle, loose in front of Ald, and he's got his mitts on it to melt it.
Alex Ald there is patient, and he takes it off the body. That's what he needs to do. Don't try to react to anything. Just let it come to you. Stay poised. And he was able to get that timeout, a little relax in there in the locker room, take another breath, and just stay out square, stay big, make himself big, and let the pucks come to you, and don't try to make something out of nothing.
Well, you see Calgary there throwing that puck from the sidewall. They know if they got traffic in front of them now, the rest of the night, everything they got is going to the front of the net. But enough redirections he hasn't handled that they know that's their chance.
Nilsson back to Leopold. Leopold on the way, and a sprawling Linden deflects it off the rink.
That's taking one for the team there. You're putting your body, you're sacrificing your body for your teammates. You're putting your team first. Trevor Linden just getting over there, getting his foot on it, and not allowing the shot to get through, because you don't know what's behind you as a player when you're out there. It gets through, gets deflected, you never know. So he takes it one for the team, gets out of play, and gets a whistle. Jordan
Leopold, who grew up in Minnesota, playing with that Paul Coffey curve. He said he loved that kind of hockey stick, trying to use his own blade to vault Calgary into the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Brzezinski taps it on for Ruutu, and he'll be content to make her a gear chase. Brzezinski arm in arm. You get a great look at them go to the wall. Artem Chubarov. Brzezinski looking to create on the cycle. Leopold bothering that, and Kovacic puts it softly to Ald. He'll play the dasher. Brzezinski gliding in, a long blast, almost skipped on Kiprasov. Clark stays onside. Clark trying to chip one to the front. Sokol came over to cover. Gelinas was loose. Daniel Sedin flexed it on. Commodore will take over. Mike Commodore for the Flames. Into the lineup after the injury to Tony Lidman, sustained in Game 3. Allen. Shouldered there by Jelena. One-handed lunge by Linden. He'll get it out with help of Henrik Sedin. Not yet. Conroy puts it wide of the cage as we approach the 3-minute mark in sudden death overtime. Trevor Linden on the hop. Daniel Sedin puts it back behind the cage. Commodore, heave-ho around the turnstile right by Clark. It'll come the length. When Olin touches, you'll hear the whistle for icing. We are 4-4 in sudden death overtime. This is Game 6 of the Western Conference quarterfinals on ESPN2. Inside Saddle Dome, better than 18,200 in attendance this Saturday night. Joe Beninati, Wayne Rolison, Kelly Chase, so glad you've tuned in. A 4-0 Vancouver lead was erased in this hockey game in dramatic fashion. Vancouver outstanding during the regular season in overtime with 11 sudden victories. Leopold around for Iginla. Iginla on to Saprikin. Lowers the shoulder, fires one, stick save all. Saprikin fetches his own rebound. Lassoed by Jovanovski. Chubarov spins. Sanderson will motor back. Leopold was there. The long leads across 2 lines. It's offside against Calgary.
That's a pretty smart play there by Saprikin. They've been out there, their line has been out there for a while. He could have just let it gone down to the end and regroup. Take the whistle. Don't risk anything in overtime. It's a real smart play by him.
Marcus Naslund. We just talked about 11 overtime wins for Vancouver in the regular season. Naslund, 19 in the white, 4 overtime goals. He and Patrick Elias of the Devils led the league in that department. Brendan Morrison on the ice. He's one shy of the Vancouver record all time.
I think that 4-on-4 hockey definitely benefits a guy like Naslund in overtime regular season.
This is 5-on-5, of course, even in full strength. Another icing call to come against Calgary.
You know, the Calgary defense are playing really smart. They're letting Kiprusoff take the shots from top of the circles and out. You know, as a D-man, you have a tendency to put your stick there and try and get your stick on it. But you know, they're playing smart. They're keeping their sticks away from it. They don't want a deflection, deflect it in their own goal, and let Kiprusoff handle the shots from out there.
Smart play there by Sopel, who ends up just turning away from the puck, and the linesman blow that as an icing.
A little cough up in the defensive zone. Henrik Sedin, there's twin brother Daniel, back to the point, closing in. Jovanovski fires, and Kiprusoff kicked it out.
Smart play by Rhett Warner. No, there's trouble there. Just throw it down, take the whistle. You don't want to take any risks, especially in overtime.
Jovanovski, the long lead, deflected off the rink. A whistle, a stoppage in play. 4:22 in, and it got hectic around Kiprusoff all of a sudden.
Yeah, there's guys were jumping all over the place. A little turnover here. Great play by Sedin to create the turnover. Now, taking time. Kiprusoff's out, makes a save. Warner just clears it out. That's a smart play by Rhett. You don't want take any extra risks, especially in overtime.
Leopold on the dump in. Kiprusoff with a big save there. If he and his mates get the overtime winner, this series is done. It is 3-2, favor the Flames here on home ice. They have roared back from 4 goals down tonight to force overtime. All leaves a rebound. Loose there. Oliva denied. Christoph Oliva like he was shot out of a gun.
Well, this kid hasn't played much hockey tonight. Christoph Oliva. But he's got some legs left in him at 3 minutes and 30 seconds is all the ice time this big, rangy forward has got. One of the tough guys for the Calgary Flames crashes through to the net there, looks for that loose puck, gets the puck backhand, forehand, tries to go upstairs, unable to do so, but good energy. A little bit of a rest for another winger.
Warner from the point position, it was knocked down. Niemanen into the corner for Nilsson. Hawked there by Olin. Billy Niemanen out of the pack. Chubarov taps it to the far corner, and it will be Sopel to play. Morrison will get it past Regier. Calgary has to rewind as we are just a little bit more than 5 minutes into overtime. Matthias Olin keeps it on the flank. Rhett Warner will wait. Oland is there, the 27-year-old Swede, and this is an offside against Calgary.
Yeah, Sean Donovan, he's playing real well. He's creating a lot of energy for his team. He's going out, taking bodies. Now, and his whole line have turned this game around for the Calgary Flames. The line was just going wide, attacking Vancouver, and throwing pucks to the net. Their whole team needs to keep on doing that and give themselves a great chance of winning overtime if they keep on throwing pucks there.
Sean Donovan, a relatively new daddy, wouldn't mind giving his baby boy a big present with an overtime game winner in this game 6. He'll wait for his next chance as Matthias Ohlund is shaded by Craig Conroy. Saprikin and Naslund, a pair of 19s. Saprikin sidesteps the hit from Salo. Morrison with a beeline through center for Cook. Morrison waiting. Swivels it into the corner. Cook challenged by Ferentz and finished off. Conroy on for Saprikin. Point position. Salo walks in, thunders one towards the cage off of Cook. Conroy. The pass was behind Saprikin. Salo lifting it on back. Warner from glove to stick, and Naslund was cruising around. 13:50 to go in the first overtime. We are even at 4. All helping his own cause. Malik for Linden, building momentum. Linden's wrister wide of Kiprasov. Henrik Sedin measured there by Chris Clark. Clark scoots down the wing. Tries to play a pass to himself, then came up high and hit Jovanovski. Jovanovski is hurt. Centering pass. Clark just off the toe of his blade. Jovanovski stays down and finally gets the whistle from the officials. The fans don't like Jovo here in Calgary, and they are not too pleased right now.
Well, Jovanovski got hit over the forehead with his stick. Is in the neutral zone. He goes to tie up the Calgary defender. I believe it was Clark. And the stick comes down and cracks him. No whistle in the play, no penalty as Clark cuts into the zone. Jovanovski interferes with him a little bit. Comes down on the top of the helmet. I don't know how that affects your legs, but in any event, Jovanovski laid there long enough for the trainer to come out, and he's a big, tough customer. So that must have got him somehow on the nose. But we've seen a lot of that in the playoffs where guys trying to draw penalties makes it tough for the officials.
Ed Jovanovski, in his career, just a single goal against the Flames. If you're thinking of him, perhaps, to jump up and activate defensively. Point position, Regier deflected down in front of all. Then he'll lunge to poke it away. Ohlund gets help from Morrison. Out there to Rashinsky now. Morrison waiting at the line, loops it over the head of Mika Kiprasov. Approaching the 7-minute mark of overtime. A tremendous rally by the Flames in regulation. They were down by 4 to deadlock this at 4 and force the extra session. Kovacic launched it off the glass. It'll come all the way down the pond. Allen with a touch-up for icing.
Well, another chance again for the Calgary Flames, and Uliwa out there again. So Daryl Sutter's saying, listen, if this game goes on until morning, I want to make sure everybody's in and got the chance. And with some fresh legs, Christopher Uliwa gets a chance again. Regier going through to the net. Uliwa parked in front looking for redirection. And Daryl Sutter adamant about the fact that at some point everyone would get a chance to contribute, keeping his end of the bargain.
31-year-old Oliva, born in Poland. Calgary, the 6th different team with which he's worked. Carefully out of his own end comes Warner. Conroy feeding Donovan's flank. Donovan and Salo go to the corner. Sammy Salo puts it off the glass. Could be another icing call. Will be another icing call. Gentlemen, 7:35 in. The play in overtime fade for either team.
Right now, there's no play favoring either team, but the fans in Calgary are getting their team going, and I think they got the edge right now. They're just shooting the puck to the net, and they after they went down 4-0, they started generating all their chances by throwing pucks to the net. A simple play, make it in the offensive end by throwing on the goalie, and you never know what's going to happen after that.
Centering pass intended for Nilsson from Donovan gets away. Brad May for Brendan Morrison. Morrison zooming down the flank. Got a muzzle full of Ferentz. May spins, fires. Easy pickings for Kiprasov. Ferentz will look to clear. May with other ideas. Brad May for the Canucks. Chubarov and Morrison joining him up front. Now Morrison will go for the change. Allen skips in from a point position. Warner will switch sides. Ferentz taking his time, putting it ahead for Niemanen. Auld alertly out of the crease. Chubarov is onside. 4-on-2. Chubarov, sharp angle, kick-out save. It was Kiprusoff there on Naslund.
Terrible change by the Calgary Flames. 3 guys caught by the bench. Nobody there. It comes back a 4-on-2 in Vancouver's favor, and they get a scoring opportunity.
Here's another change there. They had 6 guys on the ice. The smart defense there got off, Commodore, I think it was, or Reguer got off the ice quick.
Saprikin rockets back in, fires one high and just missed the mark. Leopold keeps it alive in the attack territory for just a second. Oleg Saprikin, wonderful skater, drops for Conroy. Pickpocketed there by Morrison. Wow, is Morrison logging a lot of minutes tonight. Out there every other shift. Leopold will play with Cook drawing a bead on him. 4-4 in overtime. We're almost halfway through the first session. Matthias Olin. Covered by Zelenov. Salo puts it right on target for Henrik Sedin. Drops it to Daniel. Daniel Sedin guns one, and it was Commodore Nealon. Back comes Clark 3-on-3. Clark and Zelenov. Clark's wrister was spoiled. Commodore back behind the cage, Olin. Clark is waiting in the corner. Behind the cage for Zelenov, entangled again with Olin. Sneak attack. Wrist shot pass came right on through. Lombardi looking to be the hero. Linden powers his way back. Daniel Sedin will dump it in. Both coaches getting fresh legs out there, as fresh as can be. Kovacic marching after Jovanovski. The touch-up is made. It is icing against Calgary.
Well, there has been a couple of chances in both ends of the ice. Vancouver, of course, in the bad line change. Comes down, a shot off the side wall. And then Calgary on the other end of the ice, trying to center the puck across the crease, looking for a garbage goal with Gillen on the back door and unable to capitalize. Saprikin just before that walked down the wall and whistled one high and wide.
All of these defensive zone faceoffs so important. Stefan Yell just won one there for Calgary. Jarkko Ruutu behind the cage. Ruutu, who started the scoring way back when, 8 goals ago. Chubarov to the front. Kovacic there. Malik trying to create. Ruutu guns one, and a sprawling Yell took that one. Firing it was Sanderson. Kiprusoff the stop. Jovanovski hammers one wide. Oliva won't clear. Kovacic will. 9.5 to go in overtime. Jovanovski steamrolling in with Naslund and Cook. Naslund drive wide of Kiprusoff. Marek Malik back behind the cage. Vancouver must win to play another day. They are down 3-2 in the series. They are threatening. Malik off of Morrison's tape. Reguer around the wall, and it's spilled back to center. Niemanen on the fly. Sopel got in his way. Sopel ties it up. Donovan taking over. Niemanen lost it there to Morrison. At a point spot, it's Warner. Way off the target. Nilsson late to the Florida Panthers for Donovan. Donovan checked rudely by Morrison. Wrap around. It is Auld with the save.
Donovan going to the net. That's where he needs to mix his bread and butter. But the Calgary Flames are sacrificing bodies. Stefan Yell, he's a guy that he's been out the first 3 games with a sore hip. Comes in, blocks a shot. I don't know if he gets it in the hip, but he's been sore. Daryl Sutter said he was 50% when he came in. This Alex Odd staying with Donovan. Donovan getting in front of net, getting body position, and able to get a shot up. That's good muscle by Donovan to get in front and get it up.
It's all about paying the price in the playoffs, and they're all doing that right now.
Iginla, who was 18 years old the last time the Flames were in the Stanley Cup playoff. Iginla, Saprikin, and Conroy out there now. Daniel Sedin, the 23-year-old Swede, ahead for Henrik. Conroy in good back-checking position. Andrew Ferentz with plenty of get-up and go. Iginla down the flank, marked there by Henrik Sedin. Olin will take charge. Salo vaulting one onto the Calgary side. As it's punched ahead, that's a hand pass against the Flames. Jerome McGinley, a guy who's known to score big goals. Game winners, lead changers.
Yeah, Jerome McGinley has been that guy for the Calgary Flames all year. He's got 10 game-winning goals, tied for first in the NHL this year. And he's got 16 game-tying or game-changing goals. It's either tying or putting them ahead. And he's one of those key guys that you want on the ice at all times to get you that goal.
Guy who loves the pressure, wants the pressure on his shoulders, and they are broad. Jerome McGinley awaiting his next opportunity. 8:04 to go in sudden death as you peek at McGinley's numbers throughout the season and those lead changers that Dwayne was referring to. Dwayne Rolison, Kelly Chase, Joe Beninati, so glad you've tuned in for this one. And its conclusion, which will come sometime in overtime. Chubara. Marek Malik. Protecting it out of his own territory. Brzezinski, no room afforded him by Warner. Even in full strength 5-on-5, the headman for Jarkko Ruutu went right on by. Jelena brushed it ahead for Clark. Chris Clark. Leopold was jumping up there. The pass was not intended for him. Allen for the Canucks. Off of the blade of Morrison. Donovan staring daggers at him. Naslin will swing back. The Canuck captain winding it up. Sofel on the flank for Cook. Good defense again from Regier. That's been redundant. Donovan in. Donovan fires off the outside of the cage. Ferentz puts it below the goal line. Allen has a hold on to Donovan. Nilsson is threatening as well. Niemanen joining him up front. Billy Niemanen, sharp angle. Glove save. Alex Auld.
Calgary with another opportunity down low. They're shooting everything at the net. Here a shot comes from the side, just chinks a little off the outside of the post, and then off the netting. And then Niemanen right after that, firing the puck towards the net. So Calgary's speech, I'm sure, in the third period coming out after the end of the third period in regulation was, let's throw everything at the net. Redirection, an ugly goal. We got to win a hockey game, win a series.
Flames were down 4-2 after 2 in this one. 2 third period goals. Compliments of Jelena and Clark forcing overtime. Salo plays the far flank. Commodore will jump up. Mike Commodore will send it in there deep. Salo hatchets it around. Conroy was waiting. Chubarov will turn, and Salo will play. Salo knocked down by Iginla. Threw it blindly to the front, and Chubarov was in the alley. Keane will scale back. Mark Crawford will change him up. Mike Commodore cooling his heels. Just over 6 to go in the first overtime. Calgary leading in the series 3-2. If they get the next one, it's finished, and it's bedlam at the Saddledome. Jovanovski run hard by Jelena, and the fans love it. Jelena sneaking out, tripped down by Jovanovski. Referee Magoo says play on. Lombardi weathering the storm from Henrik Sedin. Loose in front for just a second. Sanderson chopped it to the wing. Warner will not keep it in. Daniel nudged it back onto the Calgary side.
Got to give these officials, these senior officials, Mick Magoo and Rob Schick, a lot of credit. They're letting them play. It's an intense hockey game. They're not trying to make a difference. They're letting the players decide the hockey game.
The next foray belongs here to the Flames with Warner on for Donovan, but across 2 lines, it's an offside.
Yeah, as a player, that's what you want. You want to control the game. You want to dictate whether you're going to win or lose this game. You don't want the referees to get involved. You call the ones that are important. Call the ones that are going to take away a goal scoring chance. But you know, unless it's blatantly obvious, let them play. Let the players play.
You're right, Rolly. It'll have to be a blatant high stick or something like that. I would hope that would change the difference in the hockey game from a specialty team's output, and just let the players decide.
Only 4 times in NHL Stanley Cup playoff history has a team rallied from a deficit of 4 or more to win. The Flames trying to be the latest. The pass ahead for Nilsson gets away. Allen charging with Niemanen. Donovan fires and all held the post. Niemanen locking horns with Allen. Ryan Allen, young rear guard for the Canucks. Still in a spot of trouble now. Naslund jetting his way back. Naslund on top for Morrison. Morrison with Cook. And this was played with a high stick by the Canucks. Moments ago, it was Donovan making a break for the cage.
Yeah, Donovan's just trying to go to the net hard. And he's just fire it there, create a rebound, hopefully. You got guys going there. Neiman just a little bit too late to get there and get on top of the rebound. But he's just battling through. Guys all over his back. He's still strong enough to get the shot on net, and that's what Calgary Flames need to do.
Donovan, just 2 goals since the All-Star break. One of those here in Game 4. Donovan, 15 of his 18 tallies this season at Saddledome. Offside Flames.
Well, it's refreshing to watch this Calgary Flames hockey team with the energy and the work ethic that they have, being such a young hockey team. Daryl Sutter has done a terrific job of just making these guys compete. And like I've said before, they just come out and work so hard, and they dare you to outwork them. And they're back in this hockey game with sheer grit.
Tremendous Sutter hockey family from Viking, Alberta. Regier, wrister deflected wide by Iginla, of all folks. Yell, Iginla, Saprikin now. In front, it bounced there. Chubarov picks up Ruutu. He'll storm his way back through center. This one flutters over the head of Mika Kiprusoff. Roshinsky paddles it back behind, and there's Regier. 3:47 to go in the first overtime session. Ed Jovanovski using the glass. The chant is "Go, Flames, go!" But here comes Malik. A long bomb, no worries for Kiprusoff, and he will cover up.
Mika Kiprusoff makes a smart play there. Just takes it in out to chest. He realizes that there's forechecking coming, hard pressure. The D are not going to be able to make a play. Take the whistle. Just relax. Take the whistle. There's no worries here. Believe in your center iceman, Yell, Lombardi, and Conroy, that they're going to win the draw.
Henrik Sedin bends to the task along with Lombardi. Lombardi wins another one. Mika Kiprusoff, who allowed less than 2 goals in 22 of 24 here at home, bloodied for 4 quick ones by the Canucks tonight. But the Flames off the deck. Linden there, point-blank range, and it was Kiprusoff holding on.
It's a little turnover behind the goal there. Like we say, you sacrifice your body for your teammates. And Ferentz comes in and makes a great play. You just turnover, bang, quick play, comes in, blocks a shot. Ferentz blocks a shot. Kiprusoff could freeze it, get a line change, get everybody mentally fresh again, and believe in your centermen, like I said before. Lombardi won the last one. Hopefully Conroy can win it and get out of the zone here.
The most experienced playoff member of the Vancouver Canucks, Trevor Linden. Only Pavel Bure with more playoff goals in Canucks playoff history than Linden. Donovan on ice along with Conroy. Sean Donovan to the goal mouth and right on by. That one took a strange bounce. Daniel Sedin with composure. Linden caught there by Nieminen. Henrik Sedin will take a turn. He lost it at the line. Nieminen guides it for Conroy. 2:50 to go in OT. Scoreboard reads even at 4. Waiting, pumping one right there, and it was Auld who had the angle.
Alex Auld is out and challenging here. But Donovan just getting it to the net, just believing in the game plan, and get it to the net. Give the kid credit. He's done well this overtime. Hasn't let anything rattle him yet. He's had a lot of reasons to let things rattle him, but he's doing well. He's keeping everything in, and he's doing a good job.
Believe me, he is a little, it's got to him a little bit though, Rolly, when he after that save, he kind of closed the wickets, last second thought, kind of a little bit of nerves going.
Tighten it up. Fans here want a penalty call. They won't get it from either referee, Magoo or Schick. Auld, you just saw with 30 saves tonight, this off of his 18-save performance in the loss in Game 5 in Vancouver. Should the Flames have to go back for Game 7 Monday night, they've won 4 straight at GM Place. Kovacic was rocked there by Sopel. Olin will take it, just over 2 minutes to go. Matthias Olin gliding smoothly. Looped it ahead, Warner was waiting. Morrison there with him. Offside against the Canucks. It has been a tremendous hockey game. So glad you've stayed up late with us. 1:59 to go in the first OT. We are even at 4.
Yell tries to get away. Trevor Linden's got a hold of his stick a little bit. He's just pulling back on it. Gets right back and up into the play, and the referees are like, we're not biting on that one. We're not calling that an overtime, I'm afraid. We're not calling that anytime.
Warner advancing it for Iginla. Ruutu will lob it ahead. Rhett Warner ladles it on. Jovanovski with Zelina crowding him. So too Iginla. Jerome Iginla, 90 seconds in the overtime. Point position for Ference. And this one will dribble back onto the Calgary side. Iginla marching ahead. Jerome Iginla looking to create. Finds Leopold with that pass, but Rajinski was ready for it. And Ruutu will clear down. Should we need a Game 7, it's Monday night, 10:30 Eastern Time on ESPN2. We will only need it if the guys in white score first. Donovan barreling ahead. Olin is there with him. A minute to go in overtime. Nieminen lowers his shoulder. Nieminen for Nilsson. Donovan into the corner. Sean Donovan had some time there. Olin with the shot block. Skipping out, it's Nilsson. Turns and drives wide of the cage. Donovan being held by Olin. No penalty call by Magoo, but by the trail official. Rob Schick is going to send the Canucks shorthanded.
Well, I'm afraid that was as obvious as it gets right there as Olin grabs onto the jersey, pulls back, holds him, and then throws him down. And he's an exhausted hockey player right there as he holds on, Donovan, good second, third effort, trying to get away. Olin's got him early in it here. He's got him by the jersey. That's just a little too obvious.
Guys,
he runs off to the penalty box for 2 minutes, and Calgary on the power play.
Late in the night, late in the period, bumpy ice surface. What do you have to do on the power play to simplify?
Send it all to the net.
Send it to the net. That's just like they've been doing already. Get it there.
Zelina hemmed in the corner along with Conroy. 28 seconds in OT. Leopold, cross rink, Regier fires well high and well wide. Conroy all by his lonesome. Back behind the cage. Iginla is parked in front. Got the redirect on the goal there. It was Auld with the stop and Salo with the clear. Of course, this power play trickles over to double OT should we need it. Leopold for Regier, 7 seconds. A last thrust for Saprikin. Oh, was he mashed by Jovanovski as the siren sounds. There will be 1 minute and 25 seconds of power play time when we start double OT. It is 4-4, and they are enjoying the Stanley Cup playoffs at the Saddle Dome. 4-4 as we head to our intermissions break. Back to David with the Dodge Intermission Report.
Welcome to the Dodge Intermission Report.
Well, you know, Ray Ferraro, sometimes 4 periods isn't enough to settle a game of this magnitude. Ray Ferraro, David Amber, go ahead.
Unbelievable hockey so far. And, you know, we talked in this last intermission, David, about what type of overtime to expect. And I said, I don't think that anybody will sit back. And there were several chances. The pace of the period was very quick at the beginning. As it starts to go on, it slows down. The officials let the players play. They just didn't have any choice but to call that penalty on Matthias Oland. He was going to go home with Sean Donovan's sweater if he would have let him hang on to it any longer.
Lost in all this is the 4-goal comeback from the Calgary Flames. At one point, if you're just joining us, the Calgary Flames were trailing 4-0. It could go down as one of the greatest comebacks ever in NHL playoff history. Kings beating the Oilers, a deficit of 5 goals back in 1982. North Stars, Blackhawks, Canadiens, Bruins. Those top 2 games actually were overtime games as well, Ray. And we'll have loads more. The Dodge Intermission Report continues. We're getting ready for second overtime in Calgary. The Vancouver Canucks season is on the line.
I said, Joe, think of the family. It's comfortable. It's not too big, not too small. It's got a DVD. End of discussion.
I said, Liz, we need a man's SUV. I mean, this thing tows like a son of a gun, and it's got a Hemi. Done deal.
The all-new Durango. Big size, smooth ride, Hemi power.
And Joe completely understood.
Liz finally saw it my way. Soda?
Dodge Durango with 5-star, the highest frontal crash test rating.
Hi, honey. How are you? Good. How are the kids? Oh, that's wonderful. No, I just think we're going to make an early night of it. Yeah, Daddy's so tired he's already asleep. Uh-huh. Okay, sweetheart. Okay, good night. Kisses.
Stop by Circuit City today and check out our huge selection of the latest TVs. From widescreens to plasmas, we have the TV you're looking for at a great low price. Right now, you'll get up to 10% off TVs $299 and up. Plus, pay no interest for 18 months on TVs $499 and up. Like this RCA 52-inch widescreen high-def TV, just $1299.99 before $75 instant savings. Get the TV you've always wanted today at Circuit City.
Very nice.
Like all light beers, it's low in carbs. Unlike any other light beer, it's got the great taste of Bud Light. What we have here is a failure to compromise. Fresh, smooth, real. It's all here.
All right, boys. I know you might be tired, but we're in full playoff mode now, and we're gonna need everything you got. The players are giving their all, and we're gonna need you to do the same.
The NHL playoffs delivered daily on ESPN and ESPN2.
This is the Dodge Intermission Report.
Survival Saturday, 5 teams on the brink of elimination, including the Predators hosting the Red Wings.
Steve Yzerman up front to Ray Whitney. Fans on it early in the game, but he beats Thomas Volkun for his first. And then Robert Lang behind the net. A perfect pass to Steve Yzerman. 30 seconds apart. That's Yzerman's first. The Red Wings roll. Curtis Joseph hadn't even made a save by the time it was 2-0.
Yeah, Cujo, 15 saves for the save. Red Wings moving on. Predators, their season is done. What about the Stars and the Avs? The Stars facing elimination, and this isn't going to help. Down 3-1. Here we go.
Milan Hajduk puts the game away, but Dallas had the first goal in this game. It was a big goal by Darby Hendrickson in his first game in the playoffs. He played because Alex Tanguay did not. Hendrickson scores a big goal, sends the Avs on their way.
Avs move on, Stars are gone. Avalanche, 19 goals in that series. What about the defending champs, the New Jersey Devils, facing elimination, and Philadelphia Flyers? Here's the nail in the coffin. Danny Markov stepping in and winning this game 2-1. 3-1 was your final with an empty netter. Flyers, they are moving on. The Devils, the defending champs, they are done as well. And finally, the first part of the doubleheader. Seems like 2 days ago that this happened, Ray. Bruins and Canadians.
Yeah, the Canadians really peppered Andrew Raycroft here. Yannick Perreault beats him up over the shoulder. Sergei Samsonov makes it a game 3-2 with his second of the night. He was the best Bruin on the night, but the Bruins have just not found a way to stop Alex Kovalev, Saku Koivu, and Richard Zednik. And here Kovalev puts it away with the empty netter in the last minute.
5-2 is your final. We will have at least one Game 7 on Monday for you right here on ESPN2. The Canadians knocking off the Bruins. Canadians have never come back from a 3-1 series deficit. All they got to do now, though, is win Game 7. And when we come back, of course, second overtime's getting ready to go. We're going to have a man in the box. Calgary looking to put away the Canucks. More action coming from Calgary straight ahead.
At the Bud Light Institute, we're proud that our beer is made with all natural ingredients and is low in carbs. So few, in fact, it's easy to burn the carbs in one Bud Light. That's why we've created the Mini Treadmill 2010. Use your treadmill at home, on the town, even in the gym. And it stores conveniently away till you need to use it again. Order yours today. Fresh, smooth, real. Bud Light, it's all here.
Apply the repellent. Release the bugs.
You don't need a great job to drive a great car. Like Dodge Neon SXT, remote keyless entry, air, CD player, and style that says nothing bugs you.
Nobody does it like Southwest Airlines. We always have low fares, even at the last minute.
You are now free to move about the country.
IT.
Problem.
Try rebooting.
Already did. Meeting in minutes.
Run utilities.
Not good.
Alt FX.
It's getting worse. Something's happening.
Hit escape.
There is no escape.
Problem solved.
What?
Replaced.
How'd you do that?
Coast-to-coast walkie-talkies get it done. Nextel.
Some people say a woman's place is in the home. Yeah! We couldn't agree more.
Building a house is really hard. Very stressful.
Extreme Makeover Home Edition, 8/7 Central, all new, ABC Sunday.
It's just kissing me. Oh.
Welcome back to the Dodge Intermission Report.
All right, a few teams have already made their way into the second round. 5 in total, 2 from the East, the Lightning and Flyers, 3 from the West, the Red Wings, the Sharks, and the Avalanche, both #1 seeds, already seeing their way into the second round. And really the star for the Lightning in that first series, none other than Martin St. Louis, the Art Ross winner. Right there, his 4th goal of the series, knocking out the Islanders. In fact, Ray, the funny thing is about St. Louis is 4 goals for Martin St. Louis, the entire Islander team in this 5-game series, 5 goals.
A lot of that had to do with Nikolai Habibulin, who was terrific. Coming into the playoffs, John Tortorella challenged Habibulin to be an all-star type caliber goaltender. He certainly was. He backstopped, in Game 1 in particular, when the Islanders were the better team, he backstopped Tampa Bay to the victory. Frederick Modin as well, 8 points, leading all playoff scores.
When you look at Detroit, the other #1 seed going through, are these the clear favorites at this point, or has everything changed from what you've seen in the first round?
No, I don't think anybody in the West is a clear favorite, but I think the Detroit Red Wings are as good a team as any. There were goaltending questions coming in. At the tail end of Game 4, Curtis Joseph goes in relief of Manny Legacy. Doesn't allow a goal at the end of Game 4. Plays very well in Game 5. Gets a shutout in Game 6. The Red Wings used a balanced approach, as you would expect. I just don't think anybody thought Nashville would win 2 games in that series.
Colorado and San Jose both going through. They could be meeting possibly in this next round. Either of those teams with an advantage.
Now, I don't think anybody has an advantage. At this point, both of those teams, though, are fortunate to be through quick. San Jose played the last couple of games of the series without Alan McCauley and Scott Thornton, so they'll have a chance to rehab and rest. Colorado, on the other hand, played Game 5 without Alex Tanguay, and they did not have Paul Kariya throughout the entire series. So those 4 players will get a chance to rest. Both teams through in 5 games.
Finally, Philadelphia, what has impressed you most about their run through the first round? They knock off the defending champs.
Well, 2 things, really. Robert Esche, I didn't expect him to play quite so well. He was terrific all through the playoff series. Ken Hitchcock showed a lot of confidence going with Esche rather than Sean Burke. And secondly, the Flyers' big forwards just wore down the New Jersey defense. Without Scott Stevens' presence, the Devils were no match for the Flyers' forwards.
5 teams through into the second round. Calgary Flames, they are 1 goal away from also getting through to the second round. Of course, they haven't won a playoff series since 1989. Double overtime coming your way. And yes, tomorrow, playoff pucks rolls on, Ray. This is going to be a great one. The Leafs, the Senators, Game 6. Marion hosting the game. They don't want to be eliminated by the Leafs yet again. Check it out. Puck drop 7 Eastern tomorrow. And Monday, we've already got 1 Game 7 on tap. Joe Thornton, he's smiling there. He hasn't been smiling in this series, though.
No points in 6 games. The Canadians have shut Thornton down.
Game 7, the puck drops 7 o'clock Eastern. That could be followed by another Game 7. We will keep you posted. Double overtime. Who's going to be the hero? Will the series go on? Find out next on ESPN2.
I push through the pain and raise my game. A victory is the only thing to gain. So I take it to the hole, drive it up your lane. The trophy is the reason why I came. Let's get it started. Let's get it started.
Here's what's playing this month on Insights On Demand TV. You can start any movie anytime you want.
Hello, this is Ned Schneebly.
Even pause, rewind, and fast forward, all with your Insight digital remote. No VCR or DVD player required.
Now that's funny.
Remember me? On-demand TV, only on Insight Digital Cable. What's your insight?
Day 312, Friday. Becoming increasingly frustrated with little things in life. Day something or other. Today, finally come to a realization that I need to buy a house.
On The Real Estate Show, you'll see hundreds of homes inside and out and in full color. Watch The Real Estate Show to find your dream home or list your home with a realtor who advertises on The Real Estate Show. And thousands will see what your home is really like. Put The Real Estate Show to work for you 4 times a day, only on Insight Cable Channel 16.
David Amber and Ray Ferraro, we're getting ready for double overtime in Calgary. And Ray, you've been through this before. You've scored double overtime about 10, 11 years ago with the New York Islanders. You had a very good week scoring twice in overtime. Physically, what are the players going through right now?
Well, you go through the intermission, and really all you want to do is get some rest, although the 15 minutes just flies by. But you're trying to drink as much fluid as you can so you do not dehydrate. Get something to eat, a nutrition bar if you can. But when you get yourself back on the ice, the main thing you think about is keep my shift short so I don't run out of gas and make a mistake from mental fatigue.
Daryl Sutter, Mark Crawford, if you're one of those two men, are you telling your team, let's press, let's finish this thing off, or are you saying, let's play it cool?
Well, right off the bat, Mark Crawford's making sure his penalty killers are on the same page. Everybody knows who's forcing and where they're going with it. Calgary is going to have a fresh sheet of ice for this overtime power play. This is their big chance. They have a chance to put this away in the first minute and a half.
You said you like Jerome McGinley. You still like Jerome McGinley to end this game?
In the power play, I like Jerome McGinley a lot. And, for Vancouver, they're going to have to be aggressive with their penalty kill. Calgary's, this is as good a chance as they're going to get. And I can tell you one other thing that's happening right now. Kelly Chase is chasing down a hamburger somewhere.
He's chasing down something. The battle of attrition is, he'll have something to say about that. The battle of attrition wages on. Hope you're ready. It's double overtime coming for you at the Saddle Dome. Joe Beninati, Dwayne Rollison, and yes, Kelly Chase. What do you have to say about that?
Well, David and Ray, the only thing Kelly has managed to eat in the last 3 hours has been some popcorn. This has been a fantastic hockey game. 4-4 in double overtime. It was 4-0 Canucks, and then the Flames would rebound. Sabrikin and Niemanen before the second period was done, 2 minutes apart. Then in the third, a pair of deflections. Jelena followed by Clark. And just like that, Vancouver lost a 4-goal lead. It is 4-4 before a very enthusiastic crowd at the Saddle Dome. Dwayne Rollison. Daryl Sutter chooses the right time to call a timeout. Since that time, his team has taken off.
His team has. I don't know what he said. Just probably relax, take it easy. Before the timeout, they had 6 shots and 4 goals against. Since the timeout, 28 shots, 4 goals for, and that was halfway through the game. They've really turned it around, and that's what they got to keep on doing. And what they're doing is keeping it simple, throwing pucks at the net.
And playing a little bit shorthanded because Denny Gauthier was injured in the second period, Kelly.
Well, he was. He run across the ice here to make the hit on Ruutu. He goes down. Looks like his knee's banged up here. Something to do with his right leg. And off the ice he goes. And what does that mean? Well, that means that some other defensemen are going to have to eat some of those minutes. And right now, Reguer leading the squad along with Leopold right at the top of the list. Rhett Warner's picking up the slack, Ferentz, and of course Commodore. And the longer this game goes, the more in favor of wearing down this defense for Calgary. It becomes in Vancouver's favor. And certainly right now, all the Calgary Flames can think about is, hey, let's score on the power play and get it over in a hurry in this period, much to the chagrin of Chicken Parm Ferraro.
With the Flames on a manpower advantage. Matthias Olin in the penalty bench, another 1 minute and 10 seconds. Iginla maneuvers in. Jerome Iginla, shoulder high for Jelena. Back to Reguer. Rister on the way was spoiled by Chubarov, and it will be Keane to lug it back through center. Looping one over the head of Kiprasov. Mark Crawford will change the penalty killers. 50 seconds to go in the minor to Matthias Olin. Very late in the first overtime. Leopold rockets one in from center. All the way around to Leopold again. Allen and Jelena waging war. Iginla skipping free. Leopold. Jerome Iginla around the horn. Wyshynski watching it. Conroy winds and drives. Shoulder down by Auld. Rebound. Great effort by Wyshynski. And Calgary has to vacate the zone.
Conroy had that shot labeled upstairs. All able to get the shoulder on it. Great chance for Calgary.
Alex All will hold it. Lobanovsky is fed the glass there by Saprikin. Malik on for Chubarov and out. Olin is set free. His sentence is done. We're back to 5-on-5, so the Canucks penalty killers do the job in sudden death overtime. Yell opens the blade, and Allen will wait. Around the wall, into the forechecker. Marcus Naslund, 4 overtime game-winning goals during the regular season. Naslund and Cook on ice along with Morrison. The centering pass went right on through. Olin steps in, pump fake. Matthias Olin to the goal mouth and right on by. No harm done. It'll be Sopel back to fetch. 27-year-old Saskatchewan native on for Morrison. Cook matched up with Ferentz. Leopold will corral. Jordan Leopold, former Hobie Baker Award winner, college hockey's equivalent of the Heisman Trophy, icing it here.
All right, clearly a little technical difficulties in Calgary. Of course, we'll get you back to that game immediately as soon as we can here. Ray Ferraro, what have you seen so far in the second overtime?
Well, Calgary had a chance on their power play. They get the one good chance with Craig Conroy on the slap shot that Alex Auld makes a save. And really, after giving up that 4th goal in the third period, Alex Auld has settled down. For a young kid, it's really difficult to get your nerves under control. One mistake and your team goes home. Calgary had their big chance. They're going to have to be very careful when they do not have the puck, because if there's an opportunity to call a penalty, they're probably going to find themselves shorthanded.
Once again, we apologize for the technical difficulties right now at the Pengrove Saddle Dome. 4-4 double overtime. We will get you back to the action as soon as we can right here on ESPN2. Keep it locked right here.
I push through the pain and raise my game. A victory is the only thing to gain. So I take it to the hole, drive it up your lane. The trophy is the reason why I came. Let's get it started. Yeah, let's get it started.
Hey, buddy, want to buy a watch? Stop. Would you buy an expensive watch sight unseen? So why begin your search for a new vehicle with incomplete information? On Car Search, you'll see and learn about hundreds of vehicles in full color, all from the comfort of your home. You'll find basic transportation in cars with style, trucks for player work, vans and SUVs big enough to fit any family. Most important, you'll have a good idea of what you want before you make that first trip to the car lot. Put Inside Cable to work for you. Find your next vehicle with Car Search, 4 times a day, only on Channel 16.
Each year, cable theft costs the cable industry $6 billion in lost revenue, meaning a higher cable bill for you, the honest subscriber. Now you can fight cable theft by logging on to cabletheft.com. At cabletheft.com, you can anonymously report someone you know is stealing cable. After all, you pay for cable. Why shouldn't they? Report cable theft anonymously. Visit cabletheft.com.
Well, welcome back to the ESPN2 studios. Apparently, the feed is back. Let's get you back to the action. Double overtime, Ray. Vancouver, Calgary tied at 4. We'll get you back to our broadcast crew. Sorry about that delay. Back to the action we go.
Matthias Olin revving it up. Kobasu and Lombardi swarm him. Olin will dump it on down. Kiprasov will leave the flight plan for Commodore. Mike Commodore. One of only 5 defenders for the Flames. Turnover, Chubarov closing in. Chubarov to the front for Keane. It was Kiprasov diving to cover.
Nick Magoo's going to send that one outside, saying Mays, the one that knocked that net off. And certainly a glorious chance earlier on here. First, we're going to see Vancouver there as Keane goes through to the net looking for the one touch. Over the net goes May, and the faceoff will come outside. And a glorious chance prior to that by Martin Gilina. And all up to the task as he was sent in on a breakaway. Probably the best chance so far we've seen in overtime.
Kelly and Dwayne, it's amazing as you look at the scoring chances overall. These guys have played just about 84 minutes. 84 minutes and some change, and the energy that they expend is great. And still plenty left in the tank. Jelena fanned on the dump out. Sopel carries it into the attack. Trevor Linden on ice, along with the Sedin twins, Henrik and Daniel. Daniel Sedin hovering in the corner. Marked by Conroy. Back behind the cage, shots on goal. Both teams approaching 40, and actually Vancouver above the 40-shot mark. As Jelena will clear it on down. Olin will make the touch-up, and this is an icing against Calgary. You are joining us on ESPN2. The Western Conference quarterfinals continue from the Pengrowth Saddle Dome in Calgary. Better than 18,000 have been roaring their lungs out. This is Game 6 for the Flames in front of the series, 3-2. Joe Beninati, Dwayne Rollis, Kelly Chase with you tonight. Chubarov and Nilsson on the draw. Leopold will step out of there. Moves it on back. Donovan on the dump down. Donovan, Neiman, and Nilsson have been a going concern throughout the night for Mark Crawford and the Canucks. The lead for Sanderson gets away. Chubarov and Sanderson hooking up. Sanderson bouncing right back, waiting to pull the trigger, walking in there, and then closed off by Leopold. Loose in front, Ruutu digging for it. He didn't get the shot triggered. Back come the Flames as they counterpunch. Neiman at the line. Donovan in. Donovan to the front. All the save. Rebound taken from harm by Chubarov. All the way in for Sanderson. Sprinting for the backhander. Denied by Kiprasov. Good chances at both ends. Back comes Saprikin. This is a 2-on-2. Saprikin taking the long way for the wrister. No worries for all. Yell. Back behind the cage. Salo. He'll find Naslund. Cook joining him on the rush. Allen jumping up on the play. Naslund looking late there for Morrison. Morrison brushed it back behind the cage. The Canucks captain comes to the point. Salo through the screen. Oh, gosh, that hurt, as that was blocked by the sprawling Saprikin. Salo fires again. That didn't get through. Naslund. Salo one-timer head high. It'll be Yell to carry it away. Flames fans want the call as Kiprasov took a tumble. Instead, it is icing against Calgary.
The Calgary Flames have been using their speed and trying to get some chances here. Donovan using his strength, going wide, being just patient. Now he sees an opening, goes to the net. Hall answers the task. Now at the other end, they're going down to Vancouver. Mark Crawford's got these guys working hard. Just telling them, just go down, try and take some chances, try and get some odd man rushes if you can, but just shoot pucks on net.
Point drive coming from Olin, kick out save, rebound loose. Not long though. Kiprasov has it underneath that trapping glove.
Well, puck possession's so important. We've been talking about it all night, and if you can have them draws one back to your defense, especially in the offensive zone, nothing but chances. Olin with the bomb coming through to the net. Kiprasov makes the save. Now there's a loose puck. He ends up smothering it. But that's why there's so much emphasis put on the draws and having two centermen out there sometimes and winning faceoffs.
Vancouver trailing in the faceoff department by a slim margin as we have 12:40 to go in double OT. Jelena into the corner. McGinley matched up with Olin. What else is new? Conroy and Henrik Sedin to the dasher. Jelena comes in there to fetch. Conroy with a full face shield. Jelena on the interchange. Sopel steps in Conroy's path. Brent Sopel, hard work along the wall. Jelena takes it over. Iginla stepping right to the front. Good poke check. On the way from Ferentz, looking for another deflection. Conroy stuff attempt. And Auld swallows that up as Trevor Linden moves back. Daniel Sedin content to get the line and dump in. No icing. 8 minutes into the second overtime period. We're even at 4. Vancouver had the first 4. Calgary the last 4. Who will have the last one? Sanderson. Chubarov. Not going very far himself. Warner around. Malik, did he keep it at the line? He did, but just for a second. On the fly, it's Kovacic. Kovacic smoked there by Malik. End to end, it's Sanderson. Sanderson cranks it up off of Commodore and off the glass. Mike Commodore, former New Jersey Devil, and Mighty Duck of Anaheim property. Plays for Kovacic. Warded away by Morrison. Brendan Morrison lost it in the lurch there to Nilsson. Go Flames go. Go Flames go. Better than 18,000 at Saddledome. The logos are everywhere around Calgary, including the flags on the local golf courses. We haven't been using those very much. We had snow this week. Niemanen in. Niemanen pump fake. Rips it off the post. Ville Niemanen just missed by a whisker. Auld heard the iron behind him. Cook plays it to the flank. Ferentz pounces on that. Andrew Ferentz scooting in wide, turning on Olin, one-handed to the front. Loose there, Niemanen was held away so that Auld could cover.
Well, we'll listen to that shot ring off the bar as Niemanen comes in. Bang, you hear that right there. Salo backed off, backed off, backed off. And every time he went down to try and block the shot, Niemanen took another step. He beat Auld upstairs. Just a bit outside, folks. Just a bit outside.
And behind that mask, Alex Auld, a huge sigh of relief. Linden and Yell in the draw. Yell won it. Through the screen, sent on the way by Leopold. It trickles wide. Sobel protecting the corner. Linden taps it on for Daniel Sedin. The trailer is Linden. With the Clark there to shovel on back. Saprikin on the move. Malik got there first. Approaching the midway mark of the second overtime period. 4-4 on ESPN2. A Game 7 if necessary. Monday night, 10:30 from GM Place, Eastern Time. Leopold on the hop. Picking up Clark, cruising through center. A long dump in. Daryl Sutter will change him up on the fly. Chubarov back for the white sweatered Canucks. May working wide with Keane. Clothesline by Commodore. The send out intended for Conroy. He'll pick up Iginla. Relayed on for Jelena and just a bit strong. The only power play in overtime. Back in the first session. Penalty called against Matthias Olin. Calgary did not convert. Iginla using the glass. Off of May and off the rink for another stoppage. 9 minutes, 31 seconds to go in the second overtime. Alex Auld is now part of the longest playoff game of this Stanley Cup spring. Matching wits with Mika Kiprasov. A game that's been not dominated by the netminders. A game where Mika Kiprasov was solved, and it appeared as if Vancouver was on the way to an easy Game 7 appearance. Not so. Ferentz locked up by Cook. Naslund can't go anywhere with it. Donovan will. Niemanen, who had a great scoring chance moments ago with a wonderful wrister, just missed the target off the pipe. Warner keeping an eye on Morrison. Morrison, Naslund, Cook out there for Vancouver. Allen and Salo in back. Salo switches it for Cook. Morrison was unsuspecting, and Rhett Warner will take it. Warner without his normal running mate in back. Denny Gauthier injured, lower body injury. It was a leg injury sustained in the second period. This is an icing against the Flames.
The Ferentz there makes a smart play to get a whistle to get off the ice. But yeah, this is the biggest comeback in NHL history since 1985. Minnesota did it 5-4 in overtime against Chicago. So it's happened 3 times in NHL history, but that was the last time.
Dwayne, you're an all-star with the Wild. It was the North Stars those days. Many moons ago. Daryl Sutter in that same division finals that year back in '85. On for Yell. Yell with a wrister. That was spoiled. Ooh, swing and a miss by Saprikin, as he didn't get the bouncing biscuit to cooperate. Turnover. Yell rips it right to the chest and glove of Alex Auld.
Well, Vancouver cheating for the home run there, and when that puck ended up staying in the zone, they were caught flat-footed. 2 defense there, everyone else outside of the zone. Calgary's defense just holds the zone. Reguer pokes it down along the wall, and it lays right in the zone. They wire that puck, and another scoring opportunity Vancouver cannot get ahead of themselves. Don't take off before you have puck possession.
What a gritty battler Stefan Yell is. Playing injured and playing extremely well. And banking a big number of minutes tonight. Daniel Sedin will clear it in. Vancouver, the Northwest Division champs. They supplanted Colorado for the first time in a long time this year atop the Northwest Division. Will they live another day? Conroy can get a lot of mustard on that. Iginla and Henrik Sedin.